explode into a big, big cacophony of moths any minute now. Good thing you are watching the Vomitorium, or else you wouldn't know this. You can support the show at www.streamlabs.com/Vomitorium Live. Good luck in the apocalypse!
On stage. How are we doing, everyone? Happy New Year for some already. I decided to start this year's hangout just before it turns New Year's on the East Coast here in the United States, just so we could cover all of the time zones. And I probably will go past New Year on the West Coast. So I don't know. Sorry, Alaska and Hawaii. I don't know if I'm going to make it that long. Maybe long enough for Alaska, but Hawaii, you guys are just on your own. Hey, Flit, how you doing? We're here for our classic New Year hangout. Sorry we didn't do it last year. But I had only just recently moved across the entire nation. Nah, I wouldn't say the entire nation. Half the nation. And we were in a very confined space, and I just wasn't feeling up to it. But I have more than enough space to spread my legs this year, and everything's going fine. And this move was only, 20 miles. So it wasn't too bad. It wasn't like the 1,700 miles. So I'm perfectly fine running our New Year's hangout this year. I think Marsupial said he'd be showing up in here at some point in time. I told him he was welcome to come and go as he pleases. We had a couple other people who may or may not show up. But be sure to share it out, get more people in the chat. It's just a chill hangout interaction stream. I'll definitely let people come up onto stage if they want for a while. Maybe eventually, if somebody annoys me long enough, I'll kick them, or if it gets too crowded, I'll cycle more people in here, but I'm feeling toasty because of my jacket. I was actually cold in here despite being in the middle of the desert. I'm probably warmer than most places have been, although I heard it warmed up quite a bit for this week, at least for Christmas. I don't know if it dropped again. It hasn't really felt like winter here, but it's always cold in this house, so I often end up wearing my jacket just to stay warm because I'm not moving around. I'm not doing this aesthetically just because I have snow draping over the screen during this time of year. I'm more comfortable with my jacket on, sitting still, than I am with it off right now, which is strange. It's the lack of movement, it has to be. If I go for a walk at this time of day or at this temperature, even lower temperatures than this, I go for a walk in like 40 degrees and it doesn't bother me in a t-shirt, but I'm moving the whole time. It could be like 72 in the house, and if the air conditioner is pointed directly at me, I'm freezing if I'm sitting still. And that's probably just the being small and being very lean. It's like being a squirrel. Super warm if you're moving, freezing if you're not. And I guess I probably just haven't noticed it too much in the past, because even when I'm home, unless I'm specifically working on something, it's really, really hard to catch me sitting still. I'm the type of guy that I'm like moving around, pacing all the time. I'll find an excuse to stretch my legs. Like, oh, you know, I could just drop this in the recycling bin right there, or I could take all the recycling that's been accumulating into the bin outside. I'm probably, for people who like to relax and sit still, the worst person to be around. Because I'll be that guy where you're sitting there and you're trying to relax and you just see me like zooming around all over the place. Maybe even just deciding to do chores so I have something to do. I don't really know how to relax, I guess. Or maybe I just have a different definition of relaxing. Right, for me, it is relaxing to be moving. I'm antsy if I'm not. If I'm just like this, I'm like, I don't get how people can like this. It's not for me. Anywho. How's everybody doing this year? Not talking about the new one just started, unless somebody's watching from overseas where it's already hit. But as like a recap of this entire year, how are people doing? I think I had a pretty decent year. I think most years have been pretty decent. I can think of some particularly bad ones for me, from my perspective, but most years have been fine. If there's not much to complain about, it's a good year. It's been a pretty good year. Got a lot of gaming in. Probably should have gotten more work done on projects. That's for sure. It was an emotional roller coaster year. Too much death. Are we talking, you don't have to get too personal on it. I don't want to barge into your life. Are these mostly personal deaths? Or are we talking about, like, just deaths in general? Because, I don't know if I've been paying too much attention to that. I had a lot of death myself, so maybe I can relate if it is personals. I lost 2 uncles and a grandfather this year, so. And yet still, I think it's been a pretty good year. I'll miss them, but a lot of them, they weren't in the best condition as it was. And my grandfather lived to be 90, so it's like, you would have always liked to have him around longer, but 90 is a pretty good life to live. Go out before, like, your quality of life is just completely awful. Go out swinging while you still can. At least, like, he could barely move around, but at least he could move around before he left. Like, he had to use a walker, but he was still going cross-country. He visited us, like, several months before he passed away. And then my dad was with him when he did. And so he could have been in worse condition. Totally could have been in worse condition. In fact, I think he was probably in better condition than either of his sons that passed away this year, too. Cephalo says, bro, the second I can't lift things or eat certain things, I'm out. Dude, I feel you. Especially me saying that I can't sit still. I'm a very active person. If like, I ever got to the state where I have to sit still, and I'm not even saying like wheelchair, because I could probably still do fine in a wheelchair. I would just work on my upper body. I'd still be zooming around. I wouldn't let that hold me back. But if I ever got to the state that I absolutely just like couldn't do things, yeah, I'd probably just, you know. I've had too many relatives that have been in that situation. Most of them wanted a way out. I don't think I'd put up with it. But certain things like wheelchair, perfectly fine. Like, I get a lot of people who move around in a wheelchair, why they try to call themselves handy capable. Absolutely respect it. As long as you can still handle things yourself, good on you. I'd be doing the same thing. But there are certain places where it's just like, nah. If I lost, like, mobility in my hands completely to where I couldn't grip things, it's like, man, what am I even doing? You have to, like, replace all the doorknobs in your house with ones you can open with your elbow. Ugh. I mean, I do that anyway when I'm taking the groceries in, but I wouldn't want to be in a state where I have to do that. But to each their own. There's a lot of people who'd be fine living that way. I'm not going to tell them any lesser for it. In the same way that I don't think anybody's lesser for liking to lounge back and veg out. It's not how I relax, but if that's how you relax, you do you. I think, I definitely, you think about your year-end regrets. I definitely regret not getting more, maybe comic pages out. Maybe I regret not getting more finished work out in general. I've been working a lot of stuff. It's just all been background shit that nobody gets to see. Don't think you could do the wheelchair thing? Hard to climb a ladder on a wheelchair, you know? Yeah, it is. Totally is. But I don't think, me personally, like, I get that you wouldn't be able to. Me personally, I don't think that would be, like, the deal breaker. I'd find a way to do most of the things I need to do with upper body. If I couldn't do that, then that might be the line that gets crossed. But I could see, even as somebody who walks everywhere, like, walking is a big deal to me. I really like moving my legs. I'd probably still be fine if I lost access to that. I'd still go on walks. I'd just go on, like, rides, you know? I'm already kind of used to it. I used to, like, just for fun, we had a spare wheelchair, and I would just wheel myself around places. It's a great upper body workout. So everyone in your neighborhood, if you fall off the ladder, wait until I die, then call the ambulance. Nice. Honestly, if they felt it was their responsibility to still call, sure. I probably would have been like, wait till I die, then call the police. I don't even want the ambulance involved, you know? Just don't even bother. You don't have to call anyone. Just leave me there. I'll be fine. I won't care at that point anyway. Though it would have to be a pretty high ladder. I don't know. Or it'd have to fall, like, extremely wrong. Yeah, I've fallen off of normal single-story rooftops all the time when I was younger. Of course, I'm older now, so maybe I won't recover as well as I used to. But falls really haven't done much to me historically. course, I've never landed on my neck. That would probably change things. I've always usually had a pretty good fall on my back, but... And I'm not really afraid of ladder falls for some reason. I probably should be. I should probably be more afraid of it than I am. Hey, Mike! How you doing? Even though I just saw you, so I kind of know how you're doing. Something could have went terribly wrong in the last hour and a half, for all I know. Often 35 feet up so you could tell stories. 2 times you should have died. Wonder if I've fallen that high before. No, I don't think I have. I think the highest I've ever fallen was from my rooftop. Which I think is like, what's your average single-story house rooftop, like 16 feet, maybe? Sub 20, I think. I've been much higher than 35 feet up. I used to do light climbs, like, you know, the theater lights up on... Man, I can't remember what that system is, but sometimes we just called it the ladder, and it would just be like a pipe framework that hung all the lights, and all the other kids and stuff, they'd be just like afraid to go up there. I'm like, I don't care, and I would just like monkey my way up, adjust the light, come back down. It's not even like a real ladder. The one to get up to the catwalk was like a proper step ladder, and this was like a metal pipe frame. It's like, whatever, I don't care. I've climbed trees higher than this. Leave this up here. But I don't know, everyone in my family, I guess we're all kind of apes, right? So climbing really should be in our blood. But me and my family, my brothers and I, we've always just been climbing trees. Even some of my cousins would climb up in the trees with us. We'd just be hanging out in our yard. Instead of sitting on the table, like the patio furniture and everything out there, I guess you don't really sit on the table, you sit on the chairs. But instead of hanging out on the patio, we just like climb up into one of the trees in our yard, and we'd sit up there and talk and hang out. Because it was, maybe we thought it was cooler to be hanging out in the tree. It's like, yeah, look, you know, we're not lame. We're not sitting on stupid patio furniture. But I think we also just wanted an excuse to climb, to get some exercise. Kids don't really need a reason to do anything. I kind of miss that, you know? Like, I still do whatever the heck I want to do, more or less, but, let me get rid of this. More or less, I just kind of do whatever I want to do, but people expect you to justify why you do things now. And it's like, nah, I just want to just climb. I felt like climbing a tree, you know? Why are you taking a nap on the playground equipment? I just thought I wanted to. It was a cool place to take a nap. I mean, it is cooler being higher up. Easier to keep an eye on the peasants. That is true. I don't know if we've ever saw it that way. I mean, definitely did. We had one of those parks, one of those like playgrounds that looked like a fort, like a castle. One of those big wooden parks that were like super popular throughout, I think, mostly the 90s. I don't know if they were around much before that, but like I remember going to the first one when I was a kid in the 90s that I could ever recall. And then they were still around throughout most of the odds. Because they were wood and sturdy, so you didn't actually tear it down and replace it. You could just replace a section of it until maybe the whole park got rotten and it just wasn't effective or efficient to replace a single part, or maybe the town changed their mind of what they wanted there. But I remember all across, every city I went to had one of these playgrounds that was like just a big wooden fortress with a whole bunch of attractions on it, slides, swings, stuff like that. And we would play on ours all the time. We probably, when we were higher up in that playing, we would consider everybody below us peasants, because if you were at the top of the castle, who wouldn't? But honestly, we were still hooligans about that too, because I used to climb that park like an obstacle course. I would even route out obstacle courses. We were up on the tops of the towers and stuff that you're not supposed to be on. Like, we're climbing this place like it is a tree. See, completely off topic. I don't know how you or anyone can do shows solo respect. Yeah, I mean, at least, you know, bouncing off the chat's kind of fine, but I can riff for a while when I need to. I could go into story mode. I think it probably helps that, like, way back in the day, I used to just vlog a lot, and I would end up doing anywhere between 5 to 15-minute vlogs. So you kind of just have to get into the mode of being able to ramble and monologue into a camera. And I think if you're somebody who's always had a flair or affinity for performance, it also becomes pretty easy. I've been doing all kinds of performances my entire life, from acting to singing, public speaking, puppetry I would consider in the acting category. It's some people are just built to be able to be on camera in front of people, whether anybody's watching or not, or with tons of people are watching, just because that's the way they are. A flair and affinity for people leaving me the hell alone. I kind of do too. I'm like a cat in a way, where it's like, I like performing. I like choosing to give people my attention. But if I haven't chosen that, I will hiss and like, no, get away. This is the time I chose to come up to you. Go. Bye. Kindred spirit with cats. My favorite animal growing up was always a cat too, but it was a specific big cat. I always liked the white tiger. I thought the white tiger was like the coolest of all animals. I still kind of do. I think I also could relate to them because they had very, very vibrant blue eyes. I was really attached, as a little kid, you all have like your stuffed animals and stuff, I did too, to this like white tiger stuffed animal that I had. You know, that was my favorite. And then, as I got older, and I got different nicknames and stuff, because I've had the nickname, the Metal, since high school. I wasn't the one who gave it to myself, but I did choose this was the one I was going to keep. As I started researching more into stuff, it turns out the Tao element for the Metal's animal that represents it is the white tiger. So that kind of all works out cyclically. Oh, hey, Fischoso's here. Yeah, I'll let him on for a little bit. Let me shrink myself. Tell us the deep lore on the nickname. I think I've said the lore on my nickname before a few times, but I can always say it again. Hey, Fischoso, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I was hoping this year turn out better. My mom's still up front, so I'm not talking up front, but I'm not. But I don't like being back in my room because I got to hear the fireworks.
Oh yeah, I can hear fireworks outside too. They're like everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been writing stories on my alt account. Mostly on DeviantArt.
Fun. I remember. I mean, I still post stuff on DeviantArt when I end up putting out new chapters of my web novel. But I remember the days where like I primarily posted on DeviantArt. I actually really like the site. It's a shame that it's been mostly populated with less than savory community for many years. That it has a pretty bad reputation. But I've been on DeviantArt since 2009. It's not specifically furries. Right, because there's some furries you could get along with, the ones that are not like too in your face about it. It's the people who put the word deviant into DeviantArt.
Exactly. I mean, it's called DeviantArt, so I expect that stuff. It's always been like that. I mean, since I was a little kid, so I was like 13 or something.
Well, I remember when I was first on it, like way back in the day. It was actually mostly professional artists and people aspiring to be professional artists. And then like a few years in, that's where like the real deviants came in. Because when they said DeviantArt, they were mostly trying to make it seem like it's an underground art place. Like that's what the name was supposed to represent. And then most of the professional artists left.
I always thought DeviantArt stood for just deviant stuff. That's how I always assumed that was. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you'd be right to assume that though, with the way it was taken over, but it was supposed to just feel like an underground art place originally.
Yeah.
Yeah, Flitz says DA's rep is mostly art theft, if I understand correctly. There's a lot of that there too.
Yeah, yeah, especially now since AI is a thing.
There were entire people whose profiles were basically them taking credit for like some Pixiv users' art until like enough people caught and reported them.
Yeah.
But I used to be pretty active in the forums back in the day there. I used to even do like art trades with people. That was pretty fun. Like to show you how long I've been on DeviantArt and how much like I like the place. Where is this? Where's my keys? Here we go. From like way back in the day, I actually have a DeviantArt keychain that I've had for like over a decade.
Also, I decided I start trying rewatching. I sure I didn't pay attention to. It was called People of Earth.
People
that came out about a decade ago now.
Earth. That sounds familiar, but I don't remember it.
It came out on TBS about a decade ago.
Hmm.
I remember I was like 14 when that show came out. So it was a comedy. We had 2 seasons. It was a comedy TV show about a bunch of people who got abducted by aliens, and they got a scheme against they got plot investigate the alien invaders.
Okay.
The man, you heard what I said, right?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
So that's the premise.
See, Flip was saying that Newgrounds was the underground art place, as far as I understand. Newgrounds was also an underground art place. I think, because Newgrounds was older. Newgrounds came around, technically, 95, but it was like Tom Fulp's
I know, Newgrounds came out before I was even born.
It was like Tom Fulp's personal blog when it came out.
I know that. It came out in the late 90s.
And even before that, technically, it was a fanzine for Neo Geo stuff. And then it evolved into the site it was. But like it was doing most of that stuff in the early aughts before DeviantArt was even doing the thing. But it started doing specifically fine art or digital art there around the same time DeviantArt was. They were contemporaries on that. Because I think it was probably around 2009-ish that Newgrounds got into digital art. And but before that, it was mostly known for Flash video and Flash games. But both of them were kind of almost even equally underground art space. It's just DeviantArt, when it started, had a lot of professional artists. I think Newgrounds had more of that indie underground feel. And it kept it for the longest time. It still kind of has that indie underground feel. But it keeps its identity. DeviantArt lost its original identity within like just a couple years.
Yeah. I was going to talk about Frankenfran, which I would not recommend a new run. I don't know what's going on with the new. I don't fully understand why the hell the new run's doing what things it's doing.
Oh, I don't care why it's doing what it's doing, but I also don't care about Frankenfran at all.
I mean, Frankenfran was inspiration for it's the inspiration for one of the main villains in Goofanoid.
I'm happy for you. That doesn't really matter to anybody else,
Years
though.
ago.
Like, even people who want to enjoy your work, they don't need to know what the inspiration is. If they enjoy and ask you, you can always tell them. But I've always assumed this too. Like, I have a lot of inspirations for a lot of the stuff I do, but most of the time, it just doesn't matter to talk about it, right? Like, the inspirations are for me. And then, like, if you get popular enough that you get people who are reading and fans and they want to know, then it's fun to talk about it. But it seems a little masturbatory to talk about the things that inspired you to your work.
Okay. Because the thing about Frankenfran is I'm not sure if you know the premise.
You've told me
That
several
manga.
times.
Uh,
I don't
Undead
know.
super genius. She experiments on people.
Yeah. You've told me.
Uh, uh,
See,
uh,
Flit actually wants to know: is Pixiv the place for pro artists now, or is it mostly hentai? It's a mix. It's always been a mix of that in its entire career, but also because it's mostly a Japanese place, there isn't much of a difference. Almost every single Japanese artist, even if they work on like wholesome things, probably have their own not safe for work stuff anyway. There isn't much
I
of a
know.
difference.
Literally every single manga artist is a hentai artist, so that
Yeah,
doesn't
but you
matter.
know that's also kind of true for almost every cartoonist in America too. There's very few that haven't drawn that stuff. Just here, that stuff gets shoved into file cabinets that never to see the light of day.
Uh, it reminds me of that joke from Cutaway from Family Guy where they had where had Walt Disney drawing naked Mickey Minnie Mouse.
Yeah,
Nah,
yeah, yeah. Flitty
uh,
says, "I want people to listen to me talk about the things that inspire me, but I'm pretty sure I'm a bit of a narcissist, which kind of disappoints me." Yeah, and I could be too. Everybody wants to talk about their inspirations. It is fun to talk about the inspirations. It just definitely comes off as narcissistic if you start talking about it unprompted, right? Like, I don't know. I've asked people about their stuff often. If somebody's on here specifically promoting a project, I will ask them what inspired them to the project, because that's like the platform, the time and space to talk about those type of things and not come off as a narcissist.
yeah, but yeah, but the another thing, stuff I've told you about Frank and Fran, what they're doing now kind of turns you off. I'm guessing.
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't really turn me off too much because even the original thing, I'm not that interested. So it's like something getting worse doesn't turn me off more than my original lack of interest. Right, it's like I could compare it. I have before when you've brought it up. I could compare it to Savage Dragon, right? Where it's like I've never had an interest in Savage Dragon, even when it was more tame. When the creator came back and basically made it like a sex
Porn.
romp, it didn't give me any less interest in Savage Dragon. I wasn't interested in the first place.
Mm. Yeah, but yeah, in the case of Frank and Fran, they always just portrayed all adolescents just being horn dogs. But in this case, it doesn't really matter since they're probably gonna get mutilated in the next page anyway. Um, keep in mind, Frank and Fran's a pretty gory manga.
Let's see, literally every cartoonist draws porn of whatever cartoons they work on. Yeah. Like, I don't know how big it is everywhere. I know it's talked about specifically with Nickelodeon. I would assume it's as big at Cartoon Network and probably Disney as well. But Nickelodeon basically has a vault filled with file cabinets of all of the not safe for work pictures and stuff, frames that the creators drew while working on the shows. Because they're like, oh, we can't let that. They would just confiscate it. That's basically how it goes. They just confiscate whatever the creators make and shove it into a vault, and they have to keep it.
I
Though.
can't imagine how much Jenny Wakeman smut there is in those vaults.
Oh, probably, yeah. Kim Possible. There's got to be a ton of it too, over the Disney Channel one. I guarantee you, when Cartoon Network was working on Foster's Home, there's probably tons of Frankie Foster.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think they make jokes about it in official material, like one of the comics.
Blows your mind that Savage Dragon has a cartoon because all you know about Savage Dragon is basically Western hentai. Yeah, it did get a cartoon at one point. I've never seen it.
That was before it became porn.
Yeah, it was back when it was really, really tame. Back before they let the creator do whatever he wanted to do. But still, like, it was always a little extreme, even before that. Like, it was something that...
I mean, lots of gore and
Yeah.
occasional nudity.
Yeah, because it was like one of those, like, edgy comics back when those, like, were really big. And so, like, they had to tone it down a lot for the cartoon from what I've heard. It's not, like, one-to-one for the comic, but it's still kind of shocking that something like that got a cartoon.
But, it blew my mind. It blew my mind this year when I realized when I made the realization that on average, Rick and Morty is slightly more consistent than DC Comics. Many DC comic stores I've read. So like that, it actually blew my mind when I realized that.
Well, it's only a single run. Right, like Rick and Morty itself is a single run, so it hasn't had the iterative process that stuff like that has had over the years.
Yeah.
Oh, Shigo, yeah, definitely more of Shigo than Kim.
Oh, definitely.
Shigo is everyone's favorite.
Yeah, another thing I noticed that another thing I noticed that Dan Harmon mostly have you seen Community?
Yes, I have seen all of Community.
Oh, yeah, it's been a decade since I've seen that. I used to watch that when I was a little kid.
Community's a funny show, especially the recurring paintball episodes.
Yeah, so it's like, because I always want to point out he kind of like writes Rick as like his Lex Luthor power fantasy, Uberman's power fantasy or something.
Oh,
like
I don't really see that because he also wasn't the guy who wrote Rick either. I don't even think.
No, Justin Rowe.
Yeah.
No. Dan Harmon's lead showrunner. He's still to this day.
Yeah, he's a showrunner, but he's not really a writer though. Showrunners don't always write.
Dan Harmon still has final say to this day.
Yeah.
But Justin Roiland's no longer involved.
He's still kind of like evolving Rick out of the original premise, though, which was Roiland's premise. So even though Roiland's not in charge of it, they're still mostly keeping him to what Roiland had envisioned.
Yeah.
Which is just, a hyper crazier version of Doc Brown if Doc Brown had, like, no morals at all.
I know. He's what I imagine Silver Age Lex Luthor would be if he actually did manage to kill Superman.
Flitz says, let's get into the Rick Sanchez Lex Luthor discussion. To me, that is the most boring discussion we could probably get into.
Am I false? Was my statement false? Statement false or anything?
Restate it. Reiterate it.
Rick Sanchez is what Lex Luthor would be. What Silver Age Lex Luthor would be if he actually did manage to kill Superman.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I disagree with it either. That's a very bold statement, and I actually don't think Rick and Lex are anything alike. So I'd have to think about that a lot to actually definitively say that's false.
I talk about the Silver Age version of Lex Luthor.
I know you're talking about the Silver Age, which particularly happens to be my favorite version of Lex Luthor, I think. It's either that or... I do really, really like the animated series version of Lex Luthor. I think he's pretty good, too.
Yeah, I used to watch the DCAU when I was a little kid. Reruns of that. At least I saw Justice League Unlimited, so they showed that on network television.
No, Unlimited is great.
Reruns of that. Yeah.
The guy who voiced Superman in Unlimited. One of my favorite little tidbits. Also voiced Sephiroth in the American dubs of Final Fantasy VII stuff for the longest time, including Kingdom Hearts. And there's been kind of like this running thing where every single person who has voiced Sephiroth, including the Japanese voices, have all played Superman previously in their career.
One of the biggest coincidences ever.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a coincidence. I think they might be typecasting for that, because Sephiroth kind of is Final Fantasy VII's like Ubermensch. So he is kind of like a dark Superman in a way in their world. So I think they were intentionally casting for somebody who is like Superman, I think. Wait, the Superman VA was also Sephiroth? Yeah, I'm trying to remember his name. I think it's George Newman, maybe? But it was the one from Unlimited. Was also the voice of Sephiroth.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, I'm thinking about this manga. It's shocking just how many people Fang ends up getting killed despite being a medical doctor. But it's just that. Of course, she doesn't care. Well, she doesn't. She's a very immoral person. Very immoral. She doesn't care. But I think she might have killed more people than some comics about villains as a main character. So that's weird. It's weird.
I mean, it's not weird if that is the point of the series.
Yeah, well, because she has a quote unquote code against killing, and yet she ends up indirectly killing a bunch of people. Not that she cares.
I mean, she probably cares about it more than I do.
So another thing I want to mention was Garth Ennis comics, because Garth Ennis is a bit different case. Because Garth Ennis, the reason why comics are the way they are.
I remember. I remember you being a little hooked on this. The thing that made me not want to let you talk about this was also that you framed it specifically that you wanted to argue against Twitless's kind of like hypothesis on mean comics. And the thing about it is, I don't give a shit about Twitless's hypothesis to want to let you argue against it, unless he was here to also argue. Because I don't 100% hold his view on things either. He's just somebody I happen to know.
With Garth Ennis, him specifically, he was making mean comics before 9/11 happened. I think
yes, he was.
Partially due to. I think it was the whole mean comic wave of the early 2000s was partially due to 9/11, partially due to the fact they was trying to copy Garth Ennis.
Well, even Garth Ennis, when he's talked about this in interviews on why he does things the same way he does, is he was also partially inspired by Alan Moore. So you could say to a less mean extent, it all started with Alan Moore, and Ennis just kind of ramped it up to 11.
And also he's also inspired by the fictional cartoon from The Simpsons called Itchy and Scratchy. He himself stayed there as well.
Twitless are those people who don't use Twitter. Funny enough, Twitless uses Twitter a lot. No, he's just a specific individual that I happen to know. He is a comic creator himself. He is a writer for the ongoing webcomic Super Schooled, and also he writes a premium series called Omega Girl, and he's on Matt Reese's show with me a lot, so I end up talking to him about a lot of things. He's actually in college for, I think he's working on doctorate, top level, for media studies and literacy in comics. Like he's actually there for a media studies degree in specifically targeting comics. And his big thesis, which I don't think actually he disagrees with you on this. I think maybe you just don't know like his big thing in your that it was out of context. Because he's not saying stuff like that didn't appear before 9/11. His big thing was less about mean comics, which are kind of like a whole separate category. That usually has more to do with the temperament of the person and how they view things. And the British invasion was just really mean to superheroes in general because they just don't get it. Cape comic superheroes, they're kind of like an American thing. And a lot of the British people came in and they just did not understand the Americanisms.
Britain, the closest thing they have to superheroes is like Judge Dredd, and that's not really a superhero. It's about some crazy.
But his thing was that 9/11 ruined comics, specifically the American like Cape comics, because what it did to the mentality of all the people who, because you remember, like these big companies, they were stationed in New York for most of their life, like most of their history. They were New York publishers, Marvel and DC. And he could go into that way more. I'm not here to defend his thesis, but that is kind of like one of the big things he's working on in his degree is the thesis of how the trajectory of comics went, and 9/11 affecting him is a big part of it.
Yeah, because God wasn't born when 9/11 happened, so.
Yeah, but you're still feeling the effects of it, just like everything else in history.
Yeah.
I wasn't born when the revolution happened, yet here I am sitting in America.
Yeah. Probably gonna leave America at some point.
Hey, if that's what you gotta do, that's what you gotta do.
Especially if the economy's not getting any better.
Yeah, but that's most places in the world. Things go through cycles, though. It's gonna, like even other places do, it's all gonna bounce around. That's just how it goes. Joshua Hughes is here. Hey, Joshua. Probably also should have said this when Flit came in, but hail Raven. Glad to see my Cult of Raven brothers showing up. He's waiting for Flit's yearly live stream drunken rant. Well, if he wants to do that, and he's totally welcome to, he'd have to be able to get his mic working and get onto the stage. But we all would love to see that too. As a joke I made in the general chat earlier, is that my favorite holiday spirit is not Santa Claus, it's not the Easter Bunny, it's not anything else. It's just Drunk Flit. Drunk Flit beats all the other holiday spirits out. How do you do that? Well, there is a stage channel in the Vomitorium. You can see it's under show channels, and it just says the Vomitorium Live. It's got the little guy with the rings around it. You come in, you'll be in the audience, and actually, I believe you have VIP from previous shows. You should be able to just hop right on the stage yourself, but if not, I can always invite you on.
Wait. Are there more than just two holiday spirits? I don't get. I thought it was just Santa Claus and Easter Bunny.
I mean, you could imply a lot of different holiday spirits. You know, it just depends on which holidays you want to represent. Some people, there is technically a later developed holiday spirit for Halloween that we often just call Jack. It's kind of what Jack Skellington's based off of. You could say that the 4th of July's holiday spirit could be Uncle Sam if you want, or you could be Columbia, who's the original spirit of America, and what the country was originally going to be named. Yeah, there's Flit. Let me, if he right-clicks his own name, he should be able to join the stage, but if not, I'll give him invite. Hey, Flit. Yes, when you die, I'm going to spread the good word about you that you are the spirit of New Year's.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Enjoying the holiday?
I guess so.
Sounds like you are.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
That's the way it should be.
I figured, you know what? I'm having a hard time actually reading what I'm typing out, so now would be a perfect time to actually try to join the stream or whatever.
I think that is the tipping point. Yeah.
Although, you know what really disappointed me?
Mm.
Like, I was on Wix stream like a while back,
Yeah.
and I went back and listened to it just to like listen to my mic volume to see like if I had my settings correct or whatever. And I'm like listening to my voice and I'm like, bro, I sound just like Ethan Ralph's co-host Gator, and I wanted to kill myself. I'm not even joking. I'm like,
The thing
bro,
is,
what the
I've
fuck?
never put that together, but now that you say it,
No, dude, no. Now everyone's gonna associate me with fucking Gator, dude. What the fuck? That's it. I'm just ending it all right now. Fuck it. 2025 is gonna be the end of Flit.
not if you fail that spirit roll.
I want to ask this. Has Riddler ever interacted with Brainiac at any point in DC Comics?
I don't know.
I have no idea what you just said.
I could
Fitzozo, or what
not
the
tell
fuck
you
you're
that off the
talking
top of
about.
my head. He was asking if Riddler had ever interacted with Brainiac at any time in DC Comics. That is
Who
not
fucking
something.
cares, dude?
Yeah,
Like,
I
who
don't-
fucking cares?
I don't think anyone
I
does.
do-
Riddler interacting with Brainiac?
I do because I was like, I would think that would be a funny interaction.
Well, then write your own version of Riddler interacting with Brainiac, dude.
Yeah, dude, it's the internet. You can write whatever fan fiction you want.
Yeah, write fan fiction. You know how much shit has been based on fan fiction? Wasn't there like an entire series, like the Elder Scrolls? Wasn't the Elder Scrolls like Morrowind or something based entirely on like a D&D campaign or something?
I think
Like
so.
you can write fan fiction and then just like change all the characters' names and create your own series and make like billions of dollars.
Final Fantasy
I don't
started
think so,
out like
because
that.
my fan fiction.
No, you can.
I
You
don't think so, because
can.
my fan fiction and stuff like, what if Art the Clown met the cast of Gushing Over Magical?
You could still do that though,
Well,
and you just change
that's
everyone
because you're-
afterwards.
That's because your fan fiction is insane.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
wow.
let's just be real.
Or what if the Toxic Avenger met the cast from High School DxD?
Why
Yeah,
do you
because
just
your
want to
fan
kill
fiction-
people? That's what I
Yeah,
want to
your
know.
fan fiction, look, your fan fiction involves violence and children, and nobody wants to hear about that kind of stuff. Like normies don't want to hear about that kind of
I
stuff.
mean, there are
Like,
people who
I mean,
want to
I
hear
don't
it,
think-
but it's going to be like 35 people in some weird forum somewhere, and that's going to be it.
yeah, and all 35 people are going to be on a list.
Well, I don't get why would they be on the list. I mean,
Because, yeah, I don't know why people who like to read about fan fiction about children and, you know, extreme violence would be on a list. Yeah, I have no
Yeah.
idea why that would be the case.
I mean, all the I mean, I don't think the cast.
Come on, bro. Come on,
I
you
mean, I don't
know
think the cast of
exactly
High
why that would be the case.
I mean, I don't think the cat. I mean, I don't think anyone. I think they'll already be on there if they're reading High School DxD or something. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't
Probably
know what
not.
High School DxD is.
Well, I'm not,
It's
I'm
a
not
very,
exactly
very
sure. I don't know.
popular series, but it's
Hold
one
on,
I could
hold
never
on.
get
I
into.
gotta do something real quick. Hold on.
Well,
I don't know if you guys could hear that.
Oh, I could hear that. I'm glad I could hear that.
I mean, High School DxD is very popular, but for some reason, I think it's just the girl because the girls are hot. I don't know. I don't know.
And people
I mean,
do really
it-
like hot girls.
But at the same, I mean, at the same time, I don't get it because they're not really interesting characters.
Bro, if I look this up, am I gonna be put on a list? If I
I don't-
type in High School DxD,
I
am
don't
I gonna
think
be
so.
put on a list? Okay.
Now, in the case of
I
Gushing Over Magical Girls, it's
do
literally just aura porn. It's Gushing Over Magical Girls is literally just aura porn.
But
Joshua
why are you
says
so obsessed with this crap?
it sounds like a Disney XD show, I guess. Yeah, because the DXD.
All right, give me the QRD on High School DxD.
Some horny teenage boy gets killed by a fallen angel, and then he comes back to life, brought back to life as a demon, and as a demon, and is now part of this demon, bunch of horny demon cult in his school, and he has and he has to fight against angels.
I don't know. I'm already bored.
Yeah, I never found any interest in it, but it is a very popular series. But a lot of people just like that stuff.
Yeah, but how popular is Gushing Over Magical Girls? I mean, you have that's literally straight up porn. Like half of
That one's kind of niche.
How popular is Gushing Over Magical Girls? I have never heard of it. Like, the only time I've ever heard of it is you talking about it constantly. Like, that is the only time I've ever heard of this show or manga or whatever the fuck it is. That's literally.
I read the first chapter of the manga a whole year or two before the show even came out. I decided to not read it, and I never thought about it.
Why do you even care about this stuff?
I know.
Like you obviously hate it. Like, why do you even care?
Because I don't know. I think it's because ever since I read "Don't Meddle with My Daughter," I read the whole manga for that.
Why would you read something that has that name though?
That was by Noz Mutsumaki, the dancing vampire bunny guy. That's a superhero manga. I was recommended it. It was a superhero manga.
Yeah, maybe you just shouldn't be talking to the people who recommend that stuff to you. Have you considered that?
Yeah, I know. I mean, that had a superhero. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
That was the one who had the superhero mom who keeps getting sexually assaulted by her villains, and because she didn't want them to do that to her daughter, and they do it to her daughter anyway. Then she has sex with her own daughter and stuff. It just goes on.
What the fuck? Okay, where do you even hear about this stuff? That's what I want to know.
Some guy on Twitter called Vlad Steakums.
If I kept seeing recommendations from somebody like that, I probably would either mute or block them and move on, so I wouldn't have to see them in my feed. Like, I don't block a lot of people, but I have been blocking more these days. If somebody's just like retarded, I was like, I just don't want to see this retardation, block so it doesn't show up in my feed anymore.
Yeah, that one manga made me kept killing superheroes for years after that. A couple years, like 2 years. Couldn't stop writing stories by killing superheroes.
I don't know, man. I just think you have a weird obsession with violence and children. That's
he
all
definitely
I'm gonna
does,
say about it.
for sure.
I don't know what you mean.
I don't know what you mean. What the fuck, dude?
You bring it up all the time.
Everything that you talk about involves violence or children. Everything you write about involves violence or children. Like, what the fuck do you mean you don't know what I mean about you having an obsession with violence or children? Like, what the fuck, dude? Come on. You have to know. You have to know that you have an obsession with these things.
Not really, because I have 2 stories in mind with children
No, not really. No. You have an obsession with violence and children. I don't know what the root cause of this is, and I don't care to know.
Yeah.
All I know is that if you want to write stories that get people's attention, violence and children together are not the way to do it. Now, look, I know that that's the kind of shit that you want to write about, but if, like I said, if you want to get mainstream appeal, like, nobody wants to read stories about violence and children or sexual things about sexual violence and children. Nobody wants to read shit about that.
I mean, like, maybe the business. I don't know what else
I love maybe bit.
No, look.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Okay, other than whatever the fuck that is, whatever the fuck that show is that you really like, what are the other things? What is it, Made in Abyss or whatever? Like, what do you really like? Tell me what you really like. Like, what appeals to you?
Mystery stories.
Okay, why?
Guys,
I don't know anything about it, so tell me about it. Tell me why it appeals to you.
um, mystery stories and weird fantasy.
Yeah, but why? Not what? Why?
Because I like trying to figure out stories as I'm watching and reading it.
Okay, and why wouldn't you just
actually?
immediately assume
Yeah.
that that's also what other people who might be interested in the same things you are would want to do? Why don't you just write a mystery instead?
No, I actually tried with Fire and Gryffindor, but just no one cares about the plot I'm pitching. About the plot I was pitching.
Yeah, but how about
I
writing a
gotta change the
mystery
plot.
without all of that other stuff in general? Like, just try writing a normal, non-supernatural, just like a normal mystery. Not superhero related either, just like normal people, detective story.
I thought about writing like a mystery story about a con as the main character, and he's really evil. But I don't know if people would be interested in that either.
Well,
But,
the
like-
big problem, and I think Flit is hitting this on the head, and I bring this up almost every time you ask when I'm doing like a game stream or anything. The big problem may not be the inherent premise that you're trying to go for. It may not be the base plot, but every single time you bring up any of your stories, you always have to lead with, oh, and then this scene happens in it. Which also, even for the people who are interested in that, most of the interest from those type of viscerally gory scenes are the shock value of them. You completely lose interest if you spoil all the shock value before the person even gets to read the story. But the fact that you lead with all these things, which most of them are red flags, you're basically just telling somebody before they even get into your story, oh yeah, it's not worth my time reading this.
Okay, I understand now. I understand now. Because you say I have an obsession with violence in children. I mean, I have 2 children who are killers.
The children
Tiger Man,
being violent doesn't make it any less of an obsession with violence in children.
but for different reasons. One's an anti. But I get it. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to cut that. It's kind of hard for me to cut that out, especially since I'm passionate about both for different reasons.
You're passionate about violence in children? Like, what the fuck?
I actually believe the premise of Tiger Man is a cool concept to tell stories with.
Well, if you do, and this is something I'm telling you too, then A, you just have to, like, not care what other people have to say, but also not care if nobody reads it. Like, if you just want to write your story, then you have to just not care if you're permanently in a small niche audience. That's just how it goes.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, and look, hold on. Here's the other thing too. I know you complain about like nobody cares about your like 3D renderings and crap like that. I'm gonna give you like I'm gonna tell you a little secret. Like nobody gives a shit about 3D anything. Like I've seen like even this dude like Yan Sculpts. This dude is like top tier 3D modeling. This dude is top tier 3D modeling. He does not get a fraction of the likes and views on Twitter that like a 2D artist gets. I'm just gonna like when you talk about like nobody gives a shit about my 3D. Nobody gives a shit about 3D modeling in general. So like if you're trying to compare like your 3D work to someone's 2D work, it's just not gonna happen. Like just assume that 3D work is gonna get like 5 to 10% of the likes and interaction or engagement that 2D work is gonna get. Like it doesn't matter how good it is.
He told me a lot about 3D sculpting. I used to watch him back when.
Flit would know, even though he usually only posts it in our chats. But like for the amount of time that Flit's been doing 3D art, his is pretty good. Like if you compare to the time investment. But like the only people who's
invested hardly any time in that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Compared to the time investment, like your art's pretty good. But the only people who are ever going to care are us, who you share it with anyway. because we're all like in a group together. So obviously we just care about what each other's doing. You wouldn't expect to get a lot of
literally
likes if you went out
Joshua's
there.
the only person who gives the fuck about anything I do anyway. So.
Oh, I look at all
Yeah,
this.
yeah,
I
because,
usually try to at least
and-
give like an emote if
Why?
I'm busy.
Why is that the case? I always wondered why. Like, did you not realize that 3D art requires effort?
No, I'll tell you why it is. People, okay, so the normie audience assumes that 3D work, okay, this is how the normie audience perceives 3D work is that you just type something in. They assume that 3D work works the same way that AI works. You just type something in a dialogue box and then the computer makes the shit for you. Nobody understands like the amount of effort and work that goes into making a 3D model. That's why nobody gives a shit about 3D.
I know, cause I got yelled at on live stream about my cartoon looking like crap. Even though I told them how long it took me to make it. Cause I didn't use AI at all. Yeah.
No. Listen, I'm gonna be real. I have watched your fucking robot shit, your robot cartoon. I actually like that. I think that shit is good. It is like avant-garde shit.
He's
it
got
is like
a lot
early Adult Swim stuff.
Of props
But,
on
like,
Romo Crim.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I know.
obviously, the dialogue, you know, that nobody can understand what the fuck they're saying.
That was my problem
But
with
like,
it.
but like the show itself, the actual like thing itself, I like it. I liked that shit.
Oh yeah, I thought
think
it
you
was
should
much
do-
better.
Like, it is like early Adult Swim. Like I said, avant-garde. Like
After he added the
Xavier, Renegade
subtitles and
Angel
I could
type of
tell
shit.
what was going
Yeah,
on.
dude.
Yeah.
Like I think that shit. I think if you find an audience for that shit, like okay, so like so like that chick who does the Will Stancil show, right? Like Emily Eucas, like people okay. So like it's actually kind of funny to me that people are just blown, like their minds are blown that this is Emily Eucas, because Emily Eucas is a fucking psycho, schizo, whatever.
Yeah.
I know.
But like she has been doing shit for decades, like 10 plus years, and she didn't really get like finally take off until like the Will Stancil show took off. So like you've got to understand that like you may have to do shit for a decade before you find something that clicks, or before someone finds your shit, be like, oh my god, look at this thing, this is like mind-blowing or whatever, you know. Like
you almost have to have a
I
back
don't know what I'm
catalog
trying to
too,
say.
right? It's kind of like I'm in webcomics. One of the things that you tell somebody with webcomics, and even this may not be your breaking point, but don't expect an audience until you have at least 5 chapters that they can binge through. Right, and then they'll keep up with it each time. Every medium's got like a different breaking point, but you kind of have to be invested in something for a while before an audience is invested in you.
Yeah, but the problem I'm having with Romo and Crim is it's so hard to make because of my hardware processor, and I can't get a job.
Okay, you know what? I am so sick of hearing this fucking excuse.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, I can't do it because of this, or I can't. Bro, my hardware is fucking shit. Okay? I can't afford a new fucking PC. My hardware is garbage. My hardware is 8 years. My hardware is mid-range hardware from 8 fucking years ago, but I still managed to pull it off. And you know what? Here's the thing. Limitations actually empower you. Your limitations can actually push you to levels you never thought were possible. So instead of complaining about your hardware limitations, find a way to work around them. Because if you can find a way to work around your limitations, you will be a better artist, you will be a better writer, you will be a better anything than you could do if you had access to top of the line equipment, or top of the line money, or top of the line whatever. Look, bro, you can do it if you find a way around it. I don't know if that makes any sense. I am drunk as fuck.
Listen,
I don't know
I
what
think
the fuck I'm saying.
You're making a good point too,
So-
because you can look at movies in the same way, right? And you look back in like the 90s when digital VFX were really starting to be a thing, and the type of stuff that they managed to pull off, literally inventing the technology that wasn't as good as what we have now, versus like, yeah, sure, everything looks clean, but in some ways it looks too clean, and there's not a lot of artistry because people can kind of just do whatever the hell they want now and fix it in post. And like the art, on the level of technicality, it looks good. On the level of like artisticness, absolute crap.
I also been sketching some anarchy slowly on getting GIMP. I'm gonna be releasing it sometime in June. But this month it started.
Did you say you're doing a manga in GIMP?
No. I'm drawing an image in GIMP. Not a manga.
This is illustration.
Okay,
Yeah.
bro, you should not be doing anything in GIMP. Use Krita. GIMP fucking sucks. I don't know why anybody uses that shit. It is fucking garbage.
Kind of like my substitute Photoshop. So.
Yeah, but
Bro,
what is this, like,
Krita is so
freaking
much-
2002?
Okay, look, no, like GIMP. Okay, look, the thing with GIMP is it's powerful. Yes, it is super powerful. It is almost on par with Photoshop in the amount of features that it has, but it is so counterintuitive that I don't know why anyone uses it. It is I think I've said this
cannot
before.
stand
It
the
is
UI.
Yes, it is a monument to the hubris of programmers, and I don't know why anyone uses it. Just use Krita. It is simple. It is like if you can use Clip Studio, you can use Krita. Like all the shit transfers over. I
The
don't
thing
know why
is,
anyone uses GIMP.
There are so many
ahead.
alternatives to GIMP, right? Krita's a good one. It's definitely one up there at the top, easy to get a hold of. Metabang is also a pretty good one for people who want like features
Yeah.
directly built for
What
comics
is
and
that
manga.
one that
The reason
is
I
that
have
one
GIMP
that
is so
you-
that
no
the
go
reason
ahead.
the reason why I have GIMP is not to draw so much as some edit photos or use it as a base for like 3D modeling.
Yeah, but you could do I think a lot of that in Krita as well.
So
There's also what's it?
Yeah, but
Fire
I'm not-
Alpaca.
I'm
It's
not
like a
switch-
direct.
I'm not switching to Krita. I'm too
like
used to GIMP by now.
free Photoshop, basically.
I've been using it for years, literally since I was a teenager.
I mean, I guess if you're used to it and you know how to navigate it, I guess it's fine, you know.
Yeah.
But like, I just don't understand why anybody uses this shitty ass software. Because I don't know. Like, I know why they developed it the way they developed it, because they were so terrified back in the day. They were so terrified of being sued by Photoshop that they being sued by Adobe that they intentionally made it as like different from Adobe as possible.
Yeah, it's like all the
But,
keyboard
like-
shortcuts are different. The UIs
Yeah.
and like all these weird places. The toolbars are pop
I've
up
never
weird.
used Photoshop in my life.
You know.
Yeah, and there used to be like a variation of it called GIMP Shop, but I don't think it exists anymore. You know, which basically like changed all the shortcuts to mimic Photoshop's shortcuts, but I don't think it exists anymore. But like, I mean, I guess if you're, like I said, if you're used to it, you know, that's fine. But like, if you're for anybody listening, if you're a new person getting into open source software and you're like, should I use GIMP or should I use Krita? Use Krita. GIMP fucking sucks. Just pure and simple.
Yeah, but it's like
Anyway.
it is a tool, right? Like we were just talking about. You can't yell about your tools holding you back. If you learned that first and never had to like get punished from relearning something, it's probably fine. Also, how do I want to phrase that?
What do they say? It's like the poor carpenter who blames his tools for his failures.
Yeah, talking about like there's some people, they make wonderful works of art with a mouse, and people are like, well, how do you not use a tablet? It's like, well, I've been using a mouse for 25 years now. They'd probably be doing worse art if they try to jump to a tablet because they're so used to a mouse. It's you get used to whatever tools you use.
I know.
Like I do almost all the yard work with a single machete. You know, like it's everything I need.
Wait, what? You do it with a machete? Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
I know.
All my word work.
I don't know what that means. Explain that.
What do you mean? Anything that needs to be done in the yard, I use like a machete for. If I'm like weeding, yeah,
I
yard
thought you were
work, not
talking
artwork.
about like.
Not artwork.
I thought you were talking about artwork. I'm like, what the fuck?
I mean, I could probably do some wood art with a machete. You know, like if I. No, but like, you know, there's a lot of like really good tools you could use in the yard for a bunch of different things, right? You could get a spade or whatever, but it's like, I'm not I'm just used to using the machete. I don't need to walk back in the house, get a different tool or something. It's like I could just do all the yard work with a machete. Why do I need anything else?
Yeah, and that's kind of the point I was trying to make earlier with like your hardware requirements, Fizz. Like you know, if you whatever. I'm sorry. Just whatever. Go ahead.
As you can probably guess, did not feel great being for how lazy your cartoon was. Apparently, despite taking a long time to make long time to build. It took a long time to build all the props and everything. Make sure they had to replay animation multiple times to make sure to fix things, etc. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I mean that shit takes a long time, especially if you're just like one guy doing it, you know.
Exactly.
But you know.
It's all animated by one person. Like, it's not a team or nothing.
But that's how independent stuff often is, though. Like, you can't rely on other people. You just have to be one guy doing everything.
Yeah, and I had nobody to listen to the recordings to see if they sounded okay. That's why the voice came out the way it did.
Yeah, no, like I said,
I
think
mean, like,
just subtitles were already like a quick solution. Once you made the subtitle version, I think that improved that original cartoon a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, like, look at something like the Nut Shack or whatever. Like that stupid like robot monkey thing or whatever, like nobody can understand anything that stupid robot monkey thing says, but like in season 2 they added subtitles to it. Like they didn't fix it, but they added subtitles to it, so at least you could read what the stupid thing was saying.
And that show's awful.
It's like, yeah, well, okay,
whether you like it or not is not the point. It's about like the context. That's gonna be personal taste.
Yeah. Like I would argue that there like have been worse cartoons out there since the Nut Shack premiered, and it's no longer the worst thing ever made. But the point is, it's like you don't have to let like that sort of limitation limit you insofar as like how or like what you're I don't know what I'm trying to say.
You guys keep talking. I'm gonna go get another drink. No, you keep talking. It's fun. I'm gonna go. Listen, I finished my soda. I gotta get another one.
Eat it.
I'll be right back. No, you go eat your own.
All right. I'll drunkenly ramble or whatever. But anyway, the point is, Fizz, like you're okay. What is your robot thing called again? Like, what is your robot cartoon called again? Romo and Krim. Okay, Romo and Krim. Okay, look, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I actually like that. I like it. I enjoyed like I looked it up. I watched it. I enjoyed watching it. I think you've got something with Romo and Krim. And I think you should continue on with Romo and Krim. Like, look, it doesn't matter if nobody watches it because, like I said, you're not like I said, but like you're a literal nobody. Nobody knows who you are. And this is not a personal attack. Don't take it this way, but literally nobody knows who you are. But the show, like, it's good. I enjoyed it, and I think you should make more of them.
What you do? You enjoy Romo and Krim's dynamic and stuff? Like,
I did. I liked it. I wanted more of it. I want to see more of it.
Yeah. Okay. Because I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but Romo and Krim is supposed to be set in the same universe as the comics I want to write, but it's in the space part, so it doesn't really affect anything.
Like, I don't care about the other comics. I don't care about the comics you want to write. I just want to see more Romo and Krim. And like the thing is, like you might be making this shit for like 10 years, dude, before anyone actually, picks up on this and says, hey, this is actually pretty good. Like the Romo and Krim stuff, it's good. I want to see more of it.
Yeah, but I wonder when the Mel gets back, I wonder wait things one can actually understand the plot. Yeah.
I honestly don't care about the plot. I just want to see what happens. I want to know what Joshua is asking. Why what, Joshua? I'm sorry, I haven't actually been looking at the chat, bro.
Oh no, that was from a while back. I think during the machete conversation.
Oh, okay.
No worry, you know, it's my show. I've been keeping an eye on the chat. If there was something interesting, I
Okay.
wasn't going to let it pass by.
That's good, because I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on, bro.
It's New Year's. You don't have to know what's going on. It's the perfect day for that.
Listen,
I want you.
I'm just
I
glad
want you-
Marsupial isn't here for me to like talk about how hot his girlfriend is.
The thing is, it's, you know, I understand the actual plot. I wonder what you think.
He's
of
actually
the-
passed out on the
yeah.
couch right now. I saw him when I was going to get another soda. I was like, oh, I guess he's not hopping on.
What a piece of shit. Fuck you, Marsupial.
Yeah, but I want to know what you think of the actual plot, and now that you understand what they're saying.
I don't care about the plot. I don't
Talk about the
care
middle.
about it. I just want to see what happens next. That's the only thing I'm interested in. Because like look, I don't know how Metal feels about this, and like with respect, I don't really care how Metal feels about this because like this is just how I feel about it.
Yeah,
Like, I liked it. I want to see what happens next. And I'm kind of disappointed that there are no more episodes of this Robo and Crim. I'm kind of disappointed that you're focusing entirely on fucking violence and children. Like, just show me more Robo and Crim, bro.
I've been focused on trying to make this game demo for a fan project or for somebody else.
Yeah, but that
I don't care
game
about a
demo
game demo. I don't care about any of this
seems
shit.
like
Just show me
even more
Robo
work.
and Crim.
It feels like you'd have less work on Romo and Crim than a game demo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
I kind of agree though,
What do you
because when it comes to plot, right, you don't really care about the plot until like a story is over, whether it's a story arc
Okay, what
or the
about the
overall one. Oh, the characters are
What
fine.
about
They have a good dynamic with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the characters are great. I like the characters.
That's why you want to see more.
Yeah, I want to see more of them. Just show me more of Romo and Crim, dude.
Yeah. Hey Rick,
Yeah,
I
happy
don't
New
give a
Year's.
fuck about anything I don't give a fuck about anything else you have to do. I don't give a fuck about anything else you're writing or animating or modeling or whatever. Just show me more Romo and Crim.
Yeah,
That's all I
because
care
Crim's
about.
supposed to be the press by its existence. Yeah. So.
And that
Yeah,
kind of stuff you can reveal over time, you know? But I
Yeah.
just want to see more. I want to know what these guys are up to. Like, what are they up to? What are they doing out here? Come on.
Okay. Okay, I understand. I will try my best to get back to it.
No. Don't try. Do it. Don't try to do it. Do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing you probably got going the best for you right now. I know you weren't really satisfied with how many eyes were on it, but again, that's just how it is when you start something out.
Yeah, and look, dude, like nobody, like I post shit. I don't know if I'm gonna say all the time, but I post shit, you know, fairly frequently. And like I think I'm halfway decent. I don't think I'm great, but I think I'm halfway decent. Nobody fucking likes my shit. Nobody looks at my shit. Like Joshua is the only person. No. Joshua is the only person who likes anything that I post. Okay? So like you can't let that define, you know, whether or not you should continue or not. Like you should continue with the shit that impassions you, the shit that you feel like, I feel this, I want to do this, like I like this, I like these characters, I like this story, I want to continue this story. That's what you should do. Unless it's like violence and children, then that shit you should probably not do anymore. But like the Romo and Crim shit, like do that, continue on that eventually. Like I'm actually surprised Adult Swim hasn't picked that up, to be honest, because it's like
I don't know. I ain't sent it to Adult Swim. I probably should.
just fucking do it, dude. Who cares? Who cares if they reject you?
They have a
If they
submission
reject
process.
you, you're
Do it.
Yeah. If they reject you, you're no worse off than you were before. Just submit it.
Yeah.
Who knows? They might pick it up. and you might be a billionaire at this point next year. And then we might be begging you for money. We might be begging you for likes. We might be begging you for
No.
attention.
I'm not gonna beg.
knows?
No, we're just gonna do what everybody else does.
Well,
We're gonna
I mean,
shit on his show live on air.
When I say we,
Yeah.
I want money. I mean, I want attention because I'm a fucking narcissist and I'm a fucking greedy bastard. Okay.
You get attention for free just for shitting on a show, even if it's good.
That's right. That's right. Oh fuck! I spilled my bourbon. What the fuck?
No, not the bourbon.
Okay. But I'm probably gonna need help if I want to make a second episode because
No. You don't need help. You don't need help. Just do it. Just fucking.
Well, I did say I'd
do it.
volunteer my voice if he needed it. So if you
I'll
need somebody,
volunteer
yeah.
my dick if he needs it. I mean, what the fuck, you know?
No.
But
That's not
just
the
do
problem.
it.
The problem,
Just make it.
the problem I'm having is I'm gonna need I need to paint the plant for me, the environmental plant they're gonna land on.
Hey yo, Rick's here. What up, Rick?
Yeah, he's been here for a little
They're
bit.
supposed to be on. They're supposed to be on the plant
Do you like
next episode, but the problem is I can't render it. My computer crashes.
Listen,
That's how I'm
the name of
playing
this
with
show, this channel, is the Vomitorium. There is no TMI.
Bro, I am vomiting all over this show. I'm just telling you right now.
I'm explaining. Yeah, that's the issue I'm having. I can't. My computer keeps crashing.
Well, then,
then
change
you
your
know,
plans and work around it.
Yeah, work around it. I mean, like I think that's the thing that people don't understand is that limitations are actually freeing in a sense because like if you know that like you can only work within these specific parameters, like that could like if you think that like okay, I can do whatever I want, it's overwhelming. But if you know that you can work only within these specific parameters, it's like okay, that kind of frees me from this overwhelming.
Yeah, you ever think like how many
whatever.
shows and movies have changed a part of their planned plot because they're like, we physically just cannot do the thing we wanted to do, and they did something else instead, and honestly, it was probably better than what they originally planned.
I don't think Fizz has a response to that.
Yeah, I know, but I just gotta figure out because I said because that required breaking the setup at the so I gotta figure out how to get around that somehow.
No, that's what you just
Then
got to
figure
do
it
though.
out.
Especially as like a small indie creator, that's like literally your entire thing is having to figure out how to work around your limitations.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do.
I got to fire right around that doesn't feel cheap.
Bro, nobody cares. Nobody cares if it feels cheap or not, as long as it's entertaining.
Especially on the internet, like a lot of or like in that classic Adult Swim way, some people love cheap things like that. That's what they go for.
Yeah, I mean, look at Zoomers, right? Like everything is like irony with them, right? Like Zoomers can't understand, like they can't appreciate things for what they are. Like everything is irony with them, so just be ironic. I don't know, what a fucking metal takeover.
Yeah, it's like, well, you look at how popular like Smiling Friends is, right? Which they actually do have a lot of really good stuff at certain times. You can pick out sequences that are great, but it's trying to emulate like that really low budget Newgrounds cartoon that a lot of those people used to work on, just on that bigger budget scale. People love low budget shit.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course, I never watched Smiling Friends, not because it's cheap, because I just don't like the show. But
I'm gonna be real. I didn't like Smiling Friends the first episode. You know, the first time I watched it, I'm like, this sucks. But like, the more I watched it, the more I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of into this.
It's pretty
because,
Kino.
like, yeah, like all the characters are like, okay, so like millennial writing is like everything sucks. Like my family sucks. My family's a piece of shit. Like my mom's a piece of shit. My dad's a piece of shit. But like Zoomer cartoons are like, you know, hey man, like everything's whatever, you know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm say.
Well, the thing with Smiling Friends too, you look at the creators. They're in that like really
I'm just
weird
waiting
area
for Metal to kick me.
where they're like old millennials, right? Because they were making stuff on Newgrounds and other places like way back in the day. But They almost have like that Gen Xer attitude to it at the same time. Probably because they have siblings and cousins and stuff that were those young Gen X. They don't really write like you expect millennials to write.
I don't know. I just know that millennial. Okay, so here's the thing: like millennial writers, like everyone gives millennial writers shit for being like Joss Whedon type of shit. But
Yeah.
people don't realize that Joss Whedon is like Gen X, and
Yeah.
I think like the Gen X people, I think they really, really, really need to lay low so that people don't realize that all the shit that people
Has been
are
coming from
attributing
them.
to millennial writings are actually coming from Gen X writing. So like you Gen
Oh,
X
yeah.
guys out
Like
there,
all the
like,
comics
you need
that
you
we
need to
hate,
lay low.
all those people are like in their 40s and 50s. They're not
Yeah,
like millennials are maybe just hitting 40 and in their 30s
Yeah, I mean,
and stuff.
to be fair, like millennials are like 45. Like
Yeah, some
so-
of them. But like some of these
like,
people are like in their 50s and stuff, and like you're not a millennial.
yeah. Like that's all Gen X shit, and like the Gen X people, I see on Twitter every now and then, like the Gen X people are popping off, like, hey man, like we're Gen X, you know, we don't take no shit or whatever. I'm like, bro, look, you Gen X people, you need to like lay the fuck, you need
Yeah.
to lay low, bro, because like once people figure out that all this shit that people are blaming on millennials are actually Gen X, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. I mean, there is some millennial,
Bro.
but it is mostly Gen X. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's someone. Listen, I'm gonna say this like right now before I have no idea what I'm saying. I appreciate what Metal is doing, that he is like indulging me or whatever. And I
Indulging?
apologize.
This is a holiday
Metal.
tradition. If I was able to chain you down and force you to be here, I would.
Wait, hold on. Rabbit. Okay. Gotta say that shit for the new year.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody has any.
Yeah,
nobody has
I
any
don't think
idea
you're
what-
drunk enough yet, Flit, for him.
Well, it did just hit New Year in another time zone.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a new year. I wanted to ask, how often do I write about violence in children? Like, how many times has that happened?
I don't know. You just bring it up all the time.
Romo and Crim is violence in children. Like, what the fuck, dude? Stop writing about violence in children. Just write about Romo and Crim. That's all. It's all I want to.
It's not even just your
Romo
writing.
and Crim.
If you bring up some other series and stuff too, it's always about violence in children.
Nah.
I want to know
Like
why.
what?
Okay, like a part of me wants to know why. Like you're so obsessed with violence in children, but
the rest of me doesn't wanna know.
Doesn't want to know why? You know, because I don't. You know, like I feel like I'm gonna be put on a list, and the stream is gonna be banned if it's.
Oh,
It
I'm
is,
probably
so it's
already on lists
explaining this
anyway,
shit.
but I don't give a shit.
Bro, I don't know if I should be associating with you then.
No.
Well, I think mine's more of like, watch out for potential terrorist list or something like that, you know?
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like maybe Metal's on a lowly list. I don't know.
No, not on that one.
I don't associate with that
So
shit,
we
you
did
know?
actually have the great lolly debate on here, but that wasn't about defending. It was more about cracking down on what the definition was.
Let me guess. Marsupial was defending it.
No, it was before
Where
he was on the
fuck is
show.
Marsupial.
This was
What?
actually back with my last co-host. It was years
Oh.
ago. But I told you, he's passed out on the couch. Anyway, Rick, how you doing?
Good.
Marsupial. Hi, Rick.
Hey, Flit. Long time no talk to.
Yeah. Hey, you having a
We
good
gotta get
New Year
together
so
soon
far?
in the new year. Yeah. Been a new year for me for just over an hour.
Yeah. This has been a good hour, though. That's the question, you know? It could have started off with an awful hour.
So
Yeah.
Rick is an hour into the future. Why didn't you like give me stock tips or whatever, bro? Like I
Do you
like,
really
my
want stock
portfolio's
tips
doing
from
great
Rick?
except for well, I don't know. Like he's an hour into the future. He could at least look up like the S&P 500 or the Nasdaq or something. Like,
but have you
like, look,
seen how much Rick butchers reading chat? Do you trust him to actually read the results of the Nasdaq properly?
well, that is true. I mean, you know, it is Rick. I mean, Rick, let me. Okay, Rick. Okay, so tell me. Okay, going into 2026, what is your number one stock pick for going into 2026? Go.
I have no idea. I don't know. I know very little about the stock exchange.
Okay, what is I have no idea's ticker symbol, so I can look it up.
Let's
So I can
find
check out its history and
IHNI.
whatever.
Let's see if there's an IHNI
It
somewhere.
looks like Raven.
Okay, because I'm gonna be real, like my portfolio is fucking amazing. Like it's up almost 100%, except for Intel. Intel fucking sucks. I don't know what the fuck Intel is doing. Intel is down.
That used to be such a
but,
safe
like,
pick in the
everything else
past
is
too.
great. What?
Intel used to be such a safe pick in the past too.
Bro, Intel, I don't know what the hell they're doing, dude. Like Intel is just completely whiffing it.
Yeah.
They're like the number one semiconductor manufacturer in the United States, but they're just completely whiffing it on every. Okay, so my theory is like I bought into Intel, and my theory is that like Intel is going to be the new AMD and AMD is going to be the new Nvidia as far as GPUs go, because Nvidia doesn't give a shit about like consumer market anymore. They're all in on AI. So AMD is going to become the new Nvidia as far as the consumer market goes, and Intel is going to become the new AMD as far as, but like I'm kind of hoping that Nvidia just buys out Intel at this point, like at least.
Yeah, I mean they've already had
$40
kind
a
of
share.
like a incestuous relationship with each other in the past anyway with Nvidia and Intel, so I could see it happening.
I hope so, because I hope they buy it above $40 a share, because I paid like $39 a share for Intel, and I just want to make a profit on that shit. Like I don't know. I like my investment strategy is just basically vibes investment. Like I don't give a fuck about like what the ROI is or what the market is. I like hey, do I feel this shit? Okay, I feel this shit. I'm going to invest in it. And
You know what's the worst thing
I've done
is,
pretty
too?
good so far.
Intel, like not that long ago, had such a big break in like processing that it should have been irrational for anybody else to catch up for like a decade, and then they dropped the fucking ball on it.
Yeah, I mean AMD is just eating their lunch.
Yeah, and I've always preferred
desktop
AMD
processors.
personally, but it's just like they shouldn't have been able to. It's Intel's fault. They threw.
The funny thing is that like I've always hated AMD. Like I've never bought an AMD processor until like my Ryzen 2600X or whatever that I'm currently fucking using. Anyway, like speaking of hardware, Fizz Chozo, I am running a Ryzen 5 2600X and an AMD RX 580. That is my hardware, and I'm still able to create 3D models.
Yeah,
But the point is
it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it is pretty bad. It's 6-year-old hardware that was.
Yeah, it wasn't
mid-range
awful at the
to
time,
go
but
with
now that's pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, but
I'm
the
running
point
an
is that
Intel inside HP 15 Intel 500 gigabyte. Yeah.
My Ryzen 7
Yeah.
is already starting
Like-
to be pretty bad now, but when you have that's pretty
Wait,
fucking bad.
wait, what Ryzen 7 do you have?
Oh, I don't even remember the exact
Bro,
model.
if you got a 5950X, that is like the
Oh, no, it's not
best
that.
processor ever made.
No.
Oh, okay.
I wish, but it's not.
Fizz's problem is that I think you're running on a laptop, right, Fizz?
Yes.
Yeah, and friends should not let friends, do anything on a laptop. You should.
Well, that's my
always
problem.
run
Is like
a
I'm on the
desktop.
laptop, but I needed it at the time. I didn't have an option. If I was getting a computer now, it would 100% be a desktop. Like, if I wasn't between places and constantly mobile at the time that I got my computer, there's no way I wouldn't have gotten a desktop instead.
I have my processor on mine is AMD Ryzen 7 1800X 8-core processor.
Wait, did you say an 1800X? 1800X?
Yeah,
Holy shit, dude. Whoa, what the fuck?
Is that
Wow,
good or
dude.
bad?
That's like a
No,
grandpa.
that's bad.
That's
That's bad, dude.
like a
Even
great
my
grandpa.
CPU is better than yours. Like, what is your GPU? What is your GPU?
A GPU. Where is it? I'm not even sure what. I know I should know, but my RAM's 32 gigs. I have an 8 gig graphics card. NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1070. Where's my
Wow.
where would my GPU be? I should know.
No,
That's
a
your graphics
GTX
card. That's it.
1070 is your GPU.
Yeah.
That's fucking wow, dude. That's crazy. I think
But this
even my,
can be.
I
This
think
was
even
put
my
to.
RX 580 is better than your 1070. Hold on, let me check out the GPU hierarchy.
You're still using the same PC that like Dillard got you way back, right?
No. Then
Oh,
I got
okay.
this built. What's his name? Sketchbook built
Okay.
this for me.
When?
Both 3 years ago, maybe 4 now.
That's pretty bad for something built 3 years ago.
Yeah, dude. Okay, I'm gonna be real. I can't read any shit. I can't read anything. I am too toasted to read anything.
With your
But I
eyesight, you can
know-
barely read when you're sober.
That is true. I am legally blind. My eyesight, if anyone wants to know, if anyone is curious, my eyesight is 20 over 1250. I actually didn't know. I didn't know.
I didn't know what that
you
high.
could actually go into 4 digits. Like I didn't know 4 digits.
I've
were
seen
even
3.
possible.
I didn't
20
know it
over-
went into 4 either.
Yeah, 20 over 1250 is actually what my vision is. So I know Rick is Canadian, so he uses the metric system, but I don't give a fuck about the metric system, so I'm not going to convert it for him.
I
He can convert
don't
it for
think
him
there's a
later,
different
but-
system for eyesight. I think they all use the same one.
But anyway, but yeah, so like Fizz shows up. So like Fizz, so like you're talking about, you're complaining about like I can't do this because of this, or I can't do this because of that. Nigga, my eyesight is so fucking bad that like bro.
Or
like,
even
if
same
you-
comparison. Look how bad Rick's computer is and the stuff he does too.
Yeah, bro. So like you can do it. You can do it, Biz. Like I can't see anything. Like I can't see shit.
He has
But
to color
you-
pick everything that he ever wants to color as well.
I do. I have to use Grok. I have to use Twitter.
Do you even know what color your
AI
background
system.
is right now?
I don't know what color anything is. I don't know what color
Yeah,
purple
he's like
is. I don't know what
drops
color blue is.
everything into the Cult of
Whoa.
Raven Discord and be like, "Is this the colors I think it is?"
Yeah.
Well,
So,
you
like-
do have a purple background right now.
I don't know. But
I'm
like,
telling
things
you.
like if I can do it, and I think that's the thing that bothers me. Like I think that's the thing that bothers me about people who complain about, look, oh, I can't do this or I can't do that. Like, bro, if I can do it, you can do it.
Yeah, I think you've said before that like, you probably wouldn't even be doing anything like illustration or whatever if you didn't have access to like a computer and tablet, because you can actually zoom in and see what you're doing. I'd imagine otherwise
Yeah.
you'd have to be doing like really large canvas art that was taking up the whole wall to be able to do anything.
Yeah, like everything that I do, like as far as drawing goes or whatever, like everything I do is 400% magnification. Like I can't. I think like back when I was streaming, I think Metal, you said this before. Like what I should be doing is I should be drawing at like 35% magnification or whatever. Like I can't do that. I
I
have
said that
to
before
draw
we had that
400
conversation, and that's why we had it.
Yeah.
Because I think most
Yeah,
people
no,
should be doing their roughs as zoomed out as they possibly can, and then zooming in and like detailing afterwards. But if you can't do that, like you literally just can't do that.
Yeah, because I think I was comparing my work to like what like John Malin could do, and I think he was doing 35% magnification when he was doing his sketches or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was saying I can't do that because I can't see what is going on. I can't see any of the like I can't even see, like when I'm drawing or whatever, I can't even see the cursor, and that's partly why I can't, I have such a hard time drawing, is because I can't see the cursor. I can't see where the line is that I'm whatever.
And the main point was of that
all
initial
I know is
statement
you do a good job.
was that it's so you don't spend forever detailing something that doesn't need to be detailed. But like the problem is it's supposed to be so you could zoom out and be like, what is actually going to be seen? But you can't do that, right? Like if you zoomed out, you wouldn't be able to tell what you had done otherwise. So it's something that clearly can't apply to you because of your handicap.
Yeah, I mean, and like Joshua does, I use echolocation to draw.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's pretty funny.
I use echolocation to maybe do like 3D models or whatever, but I mean, like drawing is like, it is incredibly difficult.
Use
for me.
echolocation to get around your house.
I mean, that's true. I mean, like, to be honest, like getting around my house, to be honest, I don't even turn my lights on half the time because I know where everything is. And as long as I know where everything is, then I can get around my house just fine. I can
if I'm
make
not on
coffee in
stream,
the morning without any lights on.
I have that light off. Like I'm fine with just leaving the house in the dark because I know where everything is. I don't have a problem running into things. Why waste the electricity bill,
Yeah.
I heard about somebody that did the sort of echolocation in real life, used clicks, but
I know. Well, that always get question: is Daredevil even superpower?
Yes, but that's because his is not even actually what echolocation is. His is beyond that. He actually has like. We like to picture echolocation like it's making a 3D map of the world, but that is not, from what we could tell, how the brain actually processes it. It is almost more like spots and pings and stuff. But Daredevil just gets like a full 3D map of his entire surrounding because of just like the most minute sound around him. His is far beyond echolocation.
Oh, okay.
And that's
his is radar almost.
And that's always bothered me about like characters, like blind characters in media, for example. So let's say like Avatar: The Last Airbender. So let's
like
take
Toph.
Toph, for example.
Yeah.
Toph, for example, right? So like they try to treat this character as like, oh, this character has a disability, but she still manages to, function at a normal level in the real world, and still whatever. But the thing is, go ahead.
There were some major downsides. She couldn't read, for example.
Sure, she couldn't read, but like lots of people, like lots of peasants, I would assume couldn't read.
Yeah, it's like there
time.
were some good writing drawbacks, but she was still far more capable than she probably should have been, right? Like there's some
Right,
funny
and
jokes like I can't
that's-
see her do makeup and stuff, or the time when she was on the sand because her location is entirely vibrations through the ground, being an earthbender, but she should have been less capable in far many other ways than she actually was.
And that's the problem that I have with characters where like, and like the stereotypical like blind samurai type of character where he's blind, but he's still like, somehow he's still like a better swordsman than a perfectly sighted swordsman.
Yeah, the blind monk is like
that's
probably the oldest version of that.
Yeah, so like that's the problem I have with characters like Toph or whoever is a blind character, is like they give her like, okay, she's blind, but they give her this ability that makes her actually better than the perfectly sighted characters. And so like it's like she doesn't really have a disability. It's like if I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I don't know where this conversation is going. Metal.
She technically has the
Take over.
disability, but she has stuff that makes up for it beyond it, which so.
Yeah, unless she's specifically like in sand or, I don't know, floating in the water and can't do anything. Like that's the only time the disability really comes into play.
Yeah.
Yeah, but under normal circumstances, she can essentially quote unquote see better than,
I think
every
we'd come
other
from it
sighted
maybe from
person.
like a tabletop perspective, right? Especially because two of you have played a tabletop game with me before, and if you remember in character creation, you could get like these bonuses, but only if you took an equal number of disadvantages. In some ways, it feels like that the bonuses that she gets out of it far outweigh the disadvantages, so she just doesn't seem as interesting as a character.
Well, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of tabletop, can you tell Rick that we're never doing the Final Fantasy thing?
So I've
ever
talked to him
again,
about
that,
this,
like, it's
and
done?
the big whole thing holding us back on that one is Dillard, basically. And it has been for a long time, and it's hard to get in contact with him. But I have considered, but wanted to talk to you about this too. If you wanted to hop in and wouldn't have to always, just doing some one-shots instead every so often.
Yeah, I know, because I actually wanted Dillard to voice the Skelebot in the second episode of Roman Chrome, but my instinct, yeah.
I think one-shots would be so much better, because like it's something I could just prepare for that session or whatever we're gonna do, and then you don't always have to have the same crew around every single time.
Yeah, as long as my character kills Rick's character, I'm okay with it. But like Dillard, Dillard has a real life. He has like a family. He has like real world obligations. So like he's never gonna be involved in any of this shit. Like the rest of us are like terminally online losers who have like literally nothing. So like we're not.
Which is
Dillard,
a shame because of the people still left in the campaign. Like Booty was the only person Borovo was remotely getting along with.
Yeah, it is a shame. I mean, it is a shame that we're all terminally online losers. Yeah, I mean, it is a shame that we all don't have families. It is a shame that we all don't have wives and children who we should be spending time with instead of, no disrespect,
Instead of the bottle in your hand.
Yeah, but
Can't I'm probably the biggest loser here because I don't even have a job and still live in my parents' house.
Yeah, so like Fizchoso is like the biggest loser of all of us.
Yeah, you'll get a job eventually, Fitz.
I mean, even Rick has a job. Like, what the?
Joshua says Dillard's character died on his way to his home planet.
Then again, I had the misfortune of turning 18 during COVID, so.
That was a rough time to become an adult, but you can't let that hang on you forever.
Is Fizz a Zoomer or Gen Alpha? Which generation are you? You're a Zoomer. Okay. So like I personally,
the youngest
I
of
am
the Zoomers.
I am waiting for the Zoomer uprising. I want to see, like, I don't care. I will side with the Zoomers over Gen X or the Boomers or whatever. I want to see the Zoomers completely burn the system down. I want to see it happen. I want to see Joshua lead the Zoomer revolt, and I want to see Fizchoso being a general of the Zoomer revolt, and I want to see you guys burn the system down.
As an accelerationist, I could probably agree with that.
Yeah. I don't care if I die. I don't care if I die during the Zoomer revolt. I just want to live long enough to see it happen. So Joshua is...
Yeah, but if you die during it, you haven't seen it happen fully.
Rick, I don't care what you have to say. You're like Boomer or Gen X or whatever. I don't care what you have to say. I want to see Joshua lead the revolt, and I want to see Fizz be a general of the revolt, and I want to see you guys burn this system down, and I want to live just long enough to see you guys burn the system down. And like, you can burn me with the system, I don't care. You can burn me with the system. I just want to see you guys burn the system down. I don't know how anyone feels about that, but
I don't. My problem is I don't think the Zoomers have the willpower to do it.
No, I don't think they do either. I think
maybe
Zoomers
Alpha.
Are pussies.
Alpha's a little more like go-getter than the Zoomers are, because the Zoomers are too much like the Boomers in mentality.
No,
which is why we gave them that.
Like the Zoomers.
Well, I mean, the reason we called the Zoomers is almost like a pun on Boomer, right? Gen Z became the Zoomers because a lot of their swing was kind of the same as the Boomer swing.
Joshua, I know you're in chat. Tell me that you're going to lead the revolution and that you're going to burn the system down.
If this Chozo will have to change his name to Riz Chozo, he says. You might get more followers that way.
That's true. I mean, maybe you should consider that. Maybe you should consider naming your name to Riz Chozo.
That'll be funny. I might consider it actually.
I'm still waiting for Joshua to say yes, he's going to lead the revolution to burn the
You'd have to
system
do
down.
it silently behind a mask because that's the type of person Joshua is.
Fizz, did you finally get your card?
Yes, I got it. And you got it in the mail.
Well, that's
Pretty
good.
I still haven't read the Snowdrift story, but I read the two Canadian Shield ones.
He said, "Sure, I
Cool.
guess." But,
Okay.
and that-
Okay,
that's the
Joshua's
best you're gonna
leading the
get.
revolution. All hail
By the way,
Joshua.
I'm just realizing I forgot what happened in Common America because I didn't like it. I kind of
Where did that come from?
Because I think of comics that got stored on my computer.
That might be why you can't do anything with your computer. You got a lot stored on it.
Well, it's also the age. But, you know, that does have a lot to do with it. When your computer's weak, a lot of times it tries to make up for it with, like, virtual RAM, which does need your storage to be able to do anything.
You know, in Linux,
I think about
they
comics that
have
had
a way
stored on my
to
computer.
use-
And like comic.
What's
Comic
going on in
America,
Linux?
I think I'm kind of.
No,
I
no,
think
go ahead. Chris.
I think kind of blotted out my memory. I think I don't. It's kind of hard to get through. I read the second issue, and then I stopped halfway through the third issue. I don't know if I'm supposed to pick it. Try to read it in again. I don't.
Well, see, Fizz doesn't like Common America, or he doesn't like quite click with Common America because there's not enough like violence in children.
Yeah, not enough
It's
child murder.
Not enough violent. That's not really funny. It's not funny, and the plot is boring. Basically, it's about the main characters femininity being taken away by the corporations, and they want to masculine female heroes, and it's not very interesting.
Yeah, if Common America were 8 years old, then Fizz would be interested in it.
What do you mean?
I think you know what I mean.
I don't understand. It's like what? What?
I think you do understand.
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't.
I don't get it. It's not. It's not the actual plot is not interesting. When did the last time? I think it was long time ago.
I don't remember. I haven't read the thing in a while. I remember when I did read it, I liked Carly as a character. I could reread it. I probably should. Volume 1 is on Marsupial's shelf. I could easily just like pull it out and read it anytime I want.
I think I got some of them way back, but I don't think I think they're on my hard drive. They got munched.
All I know
Yeah,
is that Common America, like, who does that? Is that like Tim Lim?
Yeah, there's Tim Lim and Mark Pellegrini.
Tim Lim and Mark
Yeah.
Pellegrini.
All I know is that Common America is I don't know how to explain this. Okay, so like I don't know if we want to get into this or not, but like you've got the Tim Lim crowd versus the Comics Great crowds or whatever. But like Common America is way more popular, I guess, because like
It's popular in
I've
Japan.
been on-
Yeah, like it's an actual audience outside of the internet.
I think it's only popular because of the main character's appearance. I didn't find the story interesting.
Like I've been on forums, for example, and I've seen people with like who like I've been on forums, in threads, that have nothing to do with comics, that have nothing to do with art or whatever, and people will be posting like Common America memes, or people will have Common America avatars or whatever. That's how I know that Common America is like the real deal, is like an actually popular thing versus something like, you know, whatever the other comics movement,
Yeah.
quote unquote, is. Because like the other quote unquote comics movement, nobody posts fan art of that. Nobody has avatars of the characters in that other quote unquote comics movement. But Common America, I see that shit everywhere.
I've seen
that has
Common America
nothing-
collectibles on the shelves of Japanese stores.
Right, that has nothing to do with comics or has nothing
Yeah.
to do with whatever. That's how I know that shit is the real deal.
Mhm.
But that's whatever.
Now,
That's-
one of the reasons
has
appealing
nothing
is
to do
not
with
just
anything.
because of the designs of the characters, which is a big thing, because people do like beautiful women. But it also does play a lot into the type of tropes and humor involved in like certain magical girl genres. It does
that's
play
the
into
thing, I
some
don't like magical
superhero
girls, though.
stuff, but a lot of it matches the same way that like the Japanese see American superhero stuff, which is why they find that stuff appealing. But it appeals to Westerners too. Like, obviously, there's plenty of Westerners that like it. It's fun. It's a little goofy. It doesn't take itself too seriously, and it feels kind of genuine, which a lot of people like things that feel sincere and genuine.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Josh Woods comics are funny.
Yeah, but
Comments.
the thing is, the thing is, like I say, I would be not interested in it. Not to mention, I don't think I've ever had an AEO protagonist in my story that I try to write.
Or it's
Wow.
definitely not interesting for you because it's got to be interesting enough for some people because they keep buying it.
Yeah, interest is entirely subjective. You're just trying to see how much of it you can capture.
Yeah, but that's not my art. Really, I don't really care about Common America or anything like that. It's just boring.
Well,
To the
I
point
mean,
just blot out my
clearly
memory.
you care to some degree because you're the one who brought it up.
Yeah, because I know I had it on my computer. Somebody sent the files of the comics to me. I forgot what happened in the second issue. I read it so long time ago. I never forgot about it. I don't even remember because it's blotted out my memory.
Who's the fire chick in Common America?
Oh, I'm trying to remember. Because I'm trying to remember all their names.
Like ramen, I'm not sure.
No, because Common Ramen is
I
the
don't know,
the
but-
water one. She's the one that actually is like locally Japanese with like the blue hair. Ah, she's on
Common
co-
ramen is the funniest thing though.
I love Common
Like-
Ramen.
Like I thought if I made an alt Twitter account, I would be like Top Brahmin.
Yeah.
Like instead of Top Ramen, I'd be Top Brahmin. You know,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Indian or whatever. It'd be funny.
There's also
But
it's not
anyway,
Common
the-
Victory because I think that's like the other blonde one.
Yeah, I don't know. The fire chick is the hottest chick, and that's
Yeah.
all that matters.
Literally and metaphorically.
Yeah, that's the thing. When I'm reading a story, I don't care about how sexy the characters are at all.
You may not, but a lot of people do. So it's just something
Yeah,
that just
this
like you have to consider: is that the audience I'm going for or not? And if it's not, well, then you have to expect that your audience is going to be a lot smaller.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm the one that thought of a story about a chick being turned into a roach monster. Clearly, I don't care.
Let me ask
Actually,
you something, Fizz.
when you
Like,
described that story,
I-
I actually thought it could have been kind of fun. I thought that was one of your better ideas. But I'm also going to repeat: nobody gives a shit about your story ideas until you actually do something with them.
I know.
Yeah,
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 I'm
and,
just curious, Fizz, like what is your audience? Like, are you interested in trying to get like the broader normie audience, or are you interested in just the creepy weirdos like you? I mean, like what is your audience? Like what is your desire?
I mean,
What's your
I mean,
target
what- I mean,
demographic?
Yeah, target
I
demographic.
mean,
That's it.
I know it's not the broader audience. It has to be a bunch of different niches because each series is gonna be its own different niche.
No, I mean what? Not what is your niche? Not what is your audience? What is your target audience? Like, what would you, like, what is the audience you want to consume your content?
But I don't know.
Well, that's a problem
That's
as
kind
it
of
is.
hard. That's kind of hard. I think I want kids to buy Goofanoid. I want to want read Goofanoid. I'm not sure. But I don't know. Like kind of like a preteen for Goofanoid or something. Yeah, but
I think that's one of the reasons why we circle back to just work on Romo and Crim when you can. Because like talk about a target demographic, that's something that can already appeal to like that Adult Swim demographic / like the mid-stage Newgrounds demographic, right? It is something that can appeal to those people, so it's a pretty easy target to try to aim for, and you don't have to change anything about it.
okay, because there's not going to be any profanity in Romo Grim. No, when he makes sense. But it's probably it could probably be on Adult Swim, but it's probably not going to be on Adult Swim.
Yeah, the thing is, it's getting somebody to care about your projects, because, and it's hard, because the thing is, as these guys said, and I've told you before, unfortunately, until you get somebody to care, nobody cares.
It's not even just until you get somebody to care, right? Until you actually have something to show them, it's hard to get them to care, right? Like, it can even be once you have something to show them, but if you don't actually have, like, a finished product to show somebody, they're like, well, I don't care about what your ideas are for the future. I only care about the finished product.
I showed people the character design for Captain Metal.
But character designs are not a finished product.
Yeah.
But
That's like telling people like what your. That's like explaining to people your lore. Like nobody cares about.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit about your lore or your world building or anything until they've already consumed something and like the world. Like they have to like it first before they care about that shit.
Like the Ron and Crim, he's got that. It's something tangible, right? Is that finished? So you get people to care about that, and it's a starting point.
Yeah, and I'm the people who care about Romo and Crim. I want to see more Romo and Crim. Make more Romo and Crim.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah, we've heard it from other people. Like when we've talked to Dillard about this, Dillard also liked Romo and Crim. Like if you were to give you any, yeah, you were on stream I think when we talked about this with him. He said he liked the silly little robots. Like that's something that you could focus on.
Bro, did you figure out how to do subtitles in your videos for like the Romo and Crim thing?
Yeah, he has a subtitle version.
Did you use Kden Live or what?
No, I just wrote subtitles manually.
Okay, why don't you use Kden? Why don't you use Kden Live to edit your videos?
Because I already have a video editor.
Okay, but Kden Live is a superior video editor, and you can just like add a new layer and add subtitles into that layer, and it's just superior all the way around.
I can already kind of do that on my own video. So,
I don't care. You should just use Kden Live. I wish Kden Live would pay me to shill their product because I use Kden Live for everything that I create. But
oh, dude, I feel that way about so many things.
Bro, Metal wishes Pepsi would sponsor.
I do actually. They don't even have to pay me. They could just like send me Pepsi to my house and I'd be happy with that.
That's right. PepsiCo. What the fuck? Why aren't you sponsoring Metal? What the fuck? Like send him a case of Pepsi every month. Like,
send me your reserve supply of Crystal Pepsi.
Exactly. He doesn't care as long as it's Pepsi.
Dude, Crystal Pepsi's great. I miss that shit. I was happy when it came back for a couple summers.
Same here. I like the original Crystal Pepsi.
Yeah, it's not quite the same,
Uh,
but it was
think I
close
ever
enough, I
had-
think.
I was a big Coke drinker, still am. Well, not big, just more like I like Coke better than Pepsi, but I switched while Crystal Pepsi was out drinking to Crystal Pepsi a lot.
Yeah.
Rick was super into Coke, and now he's into Crystal Mafia.
I'm not
I
sure
get it.
anyone here is interested in painting the backgrounds for Romo and Quinn episode 2.
Listen, I told you, I would do a
Nobody
voice
cares.
for free. I'm a great background painter, but that's a lot more work than doing a voice. I can't do backgrounds for an animation
exactly.
for free.
And listen, if you
Exactly.
ever need someone who sounds like a retarded version of Ethan Ralph's co-host, I will do it for free.
Yeah, I think this is the thing that still boggles Flit's mind the most. Is that, like, he would be in streams and stuff, and all the women in the chat would be like, oh my god, Flit's voice does it for me. And she's just like, how? Why?
Bro, I have listened to my own voice, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Just kill
I
yourself
really
and
wanna-
be done with it. Like, what the fuck?
I really want to get to the point in Romo and Quinn where I can introduce Invader Snatley.
Then do it. Then do it, Biz. Then do it. Nobody cares. Just fucking
Yeah,
do
to
it.
play the
I
Shia
want to
LaBeouf
see
meme.
more Robo and Crim. I want to see more Romo and Crim. Just do it. Make more Romo and Crim. I don't care about anything else you do. Just focus entirely on Romo and Crim. Just do it. So when can I expect episode 2?
That should be a New Year resolution right now, is to get episode 2
Yeah,
out.
I'm expecting like February 22nd. Sounds
Oh,
like
that
a
might
pretty
be too
good,
soon.
pretty good premiere date.
No, yeah, it might be like in summer.
No,
Is-
I'm
Mike-
thinking no, I'm thinking February 2nd is a pretty good date, and I think you should be on Twitter and be like, yeah, February 2nd.
Can we
Nobody
split the
has it for
difference?
April 1st.
I would say, can we split
April
the difference? Aim for Easter?
How about
It
April
takes
1st?
a month to render it.
Yeah, I know. It takes you, like, the entirety of the month just to render your episode. That's why I was saying, can we split the difference and aim for Easter?
I know you finished writing the script. I had some background.
Do it tomorrow.
Fill in the back.
When you wake back up,
Okay.
just write that script.
Bro, why wait
Yeah,
till
yeah.
tomorrow? Just do it right now. Load up Blender right now. Look, Fizz, open up Blender right now and start working on Homo and Crim episode 2. Just do it.
Start
right
storyboarding.
now. Look, if you don't have the if you don't have the resources to do it, while you're online, just dip out of the stream right now and just start working on Romo and Crim.
No, I'm on my
Episode
phone.
2.
I use my computer.
I'm gonna have to, like, tomorrow's show, change the info box to be a reminder to work on Romo and Crim.
That's right. Every info box should be a reminder to Fizz Chozo to work on Romo and Crim episode 2. Just do it. I don't care. I don't care how much it takes, how much time it takes. I don't care what sort of resources it costs. Just work on getting episode 2 out by February 22nd.
I say April 1st.
I say February
Yeah.
22nd. Rick, shut up.
I actually don't think that's a bad goal, because it's like, you want to set the goal early enough that you can be late, because, like, you're probably going to be late anyway. So the earlier the goal, the less late that it'll end up being, right? If you set the goal for summer, it's going to be past summer when something comes out every single time. So you do need to set yourself, like, a reasonably early goal.
I turned 24 in April, so.
Well, the reason I said April 1st is because then he can say, yeah, it's coming out April 1st, and then it doesn't happen, and he can say, April Fool!
That's how Rick releases comic books.
I know. That's how Rick does everything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get
Fizz,
a.
when is episode 2 coming out?
I can try to slot or day. May.
I'm sorry, what? What did you say? You can
May.
try? I think I heard it will be out February 22nd. Is that correct?
No, May.
No. Repeat after me. Romo and Krim episode 2 will be out by February 22nd.
If you live in Flintland.
Rick, be silent for a moment.
I
Please.
gotta look at what I gotta
I
do.
was for a moment.
It's gonna be tricky. We gotta start playing about more tricks tomorrow.
Fizz Jozo, repeat after me. Romo and Krim episode 2 will be out by February 22nd.
Be out February 22nd then. Fine.
Thank you. That's all
And
I
then
need
it
to
will.
hear. Rick, you shut your Canadian mouth.
Yeah, fill it up with
I'm
like.
just preparing you for your disappointment.
Just start chugging on some maple syrup, or whatever you need to do to fill that thing.
But no, I am 100% serious, Fizz. Like seriously, I would like to see you work on episode 2 of Romo and Krim. I want to see more. Like, I don't care about anything else you do. I want to see more Romo and Krim. Like, I want to see what these guys are up to.
He's crimming on them.
Shut up.
I like Joshua's idea though. We need like a Romo and Krim countdown timer.
Yeah, exactly. Look, you gotta build hype, bro. You gotta build hype for this stuff.
Maybe like a widget we can put somewhere, you know, where it's just like constantly ticking down.
Yeah.
We're constantly ticking up.
No, it says a count down to the date, you know, like this is how many days until then. How many hours?
Well, what happens when you go past the date?
Oh, we're gonna
That's
put
the
into
one
the
that ticks
negatives,
up.
right? No, we start using negative numbers because it becomes the wall of shame.
So I'm actually curious, like, you don't care about Romo and Krim, do you, Biz?
I'm not sure. I care about some.
You're cutting out, man.
I don't. Yeah. So that's the thing.
Is that a no? Is that like I didn't catch that. You just don't care about it?
I kind of do, but it takes so much effort to make it.
Yeah, because the way it sounds to me, Flit cares more about Romo and Krim than you do.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get this out next. Try to get episode 2 out next year. It's gonna... Okay, but okay.
I'm gonna start hounding you about it too, jokingly. You don't have to respond, but like every single time you come into a game chat, when I say hi, be like, "How's the progress on Romo and Krim 2?" I agree with Whit here. Like I said, the only problem I ever had was the fact that I could not understand what they were saying. After you added the subtitles, it was fine. I think that is the thing you should be working on more than anything else.
Yeah. This time I'm not gonna use. I download Audacity. Started for that reason.
Okay.
Flit's got himself muted.
So it might be on. You don't understand me more. I'm probably gonna test voice lines to you to see if you understand it better. Metal tomorrow.
I will be
Romo and
the
Krim
judge
2,
of
the Revenge
clarity.
of Flit.
Other projects, though. Rick, what are you working on this year?
Well, Snowdrift 2 is first up, which is Alpha Proto on that since I can't get a hold of Dillard. So that means starting it from the beginning. Then the Flame #1, which should be Fly Fox Pro. And then back to Canadian Shield for Canadian Shield 4, which with Alpha on. That's what I'm hoping to get accomplished this year.
Yeah.
Plus, probably a couple ash cans.
Are you hoping to get them all out in the year, or at least just finished? Like maybe the shipping might roll over for the last one to the next year.
I would like to get it, the last one, all shipped by the end of the year. And, if maybe it might end up that way because, like I said, thing is going to take a little bit longer, Snowdrift 2, than I was planning. I was hoping to get Dillard doing it, in December and be done it by the end of January. But now it's looking like April or March or April that it'll be done by. Snowdrift 2. But hopefully we'll have that ash can done way before then.
Yeah, because you're starting to build up quite the catalog.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had to evacuate a fifth of bourbon, so I missed. I missed like probably the last. 2
that's fair.
Of the conversation.
Well, we're talking about what I was supposedly trying to accomplish this year for me.
What were you trying to accomplish this year for Cross Comics this year, Rick?
Well, by this year, I mean 2026.
By 2026, what were you trying to accomplish for Cross Comics, Rick?
Well, I said about getting Snowdrift 2 out, Flame #1, and Canadian Shield 4.
Cool.
And hopefully the Snowdrift ash can will get out real soon too.
Yeah, if we could get together to actually talk about, a proper script and so that the illustrator could know what exactly they're
Rick,
supposed to be illustrating.
Do you still not have a proper script? Actually, I don't think I've seen it. I would know because you would probably ask me to edit it if there was a proper script.
Well, that's something we haven't even edited it for the first pass. I've started it. I did start it doing panels and stuff and all that, and we got somewhere with the first page with that. Me and Flit.
Yes, because I do remember that you said you typically write better if you can kind of think in layout/thumbnail form first and then go back to the script. But that means you actually have to go and do it.
Yeah. Well, I get basically what I want in there and then go and do it, and I have to think layout and although I don't really care about layout, but then what I'm doing in each panel.
I need to hear how everyone I need to hear what everyone thinks about the page that I submitted to Rick, because I'm a narcissist, and so my entire self-esteem is determinant on what strangers think of the stuff that I post online.
Yeah.
So I
did you already give him a page or an illustration or something?
Yeah, he did. I thought you would have seen it. I showed it off.
I don't remember. You might have.
Damn, that's like Metal not even realizing that I submitted a page is minus 50 points to my self-esteem. So.
I also just see a lot of stuff. If I need to see it again, I'll probably recognize it if I have seen it already. But
yeah, I know. Yeah. Metal's probably so inundated with freaking people submitting shit to him that he's just I don't even know what's what anymore.
Everybody asks for my opinion on stuff, and it's like, I see a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure Fizz probably feels like I'm rude about it sometimes, but because he sends me stuff all the time, you have no idea just how much stuff I get from people in general, that it's like sometimes I'm just like, dude, I'm tired. I'm just tired.
Speaking of people submitting stuff to you, Metal,
Mhm.
let me run something by you real quick. So let's say that a character has let's say that they dual wield. Let's say that they've got two weapons. Let's say they've got a sword and a firearm. So
Oh, okay.
which which hand would they hold the sword, and which hand would they hold the firearm, in your opinion?
Depends on what the dominant hand is.
Well, he's asking me,
if
but this also does.
Let's
Yeah.
let's
the
assume the
dominant hand is the right hand.
is the
Right hand. The right hand will be holding the sword, and left hand.
No,
if
that
the
actually
left hand
depends.
is the right.
That actually depends. It's not always going to be the case. But we don't have to use the word left and right. We can just use dominant and offhand, which are the two terms people often use. So if you are primarily a duelist or a skirmisher, like that is your fighting style, that's the situations you're going to be in, that's how you train, then yes, you would put the sword in your dominant hand and you would have your firearm in your offhand, because your firearm is mostly going to be used for attacks of opportunity, right? But the opposite is true if, say, you are a soldier in a line with a bunch of people, or if you are maybe a guard or something, where the important part actually is your firearm. So that one, you'd probably be trained, because aim then becomes the most important thing, and you want to be aiming with your dominant hand. Unless you're in a weird situation where your dominant eye is not the opposite of your dominant hand, because that's how you aim, then you'd adjust. But you would prefer to have your firearm in your dominant hand if you're in that situation, because then your sword becomes more of a defensive structure or an attack of opportunity. So what is the context of this character?
That is the context of the character. Like the firearm is primarily the dominant weapon. Like the character is primarily
Like a ranged.
firing.
Yeah.
Like a ranged weapon. And then like the sword is like, just in case the enemy gets in close, they've got a weapon to deal with that.
Yeah. Which
So
we would
you're
see
saying-
very often in the military in history, where your saber was actually sighted on the side that you were holding the gun, so you could draw it with your other hand, so you wouldn't have to drop your pistol or whatever.
So if the character were, let's say, right hand dominant, that the firearm would be the dominant weapon,
Yes.
and then the sword would be the
That way you could aim
like
your
left-handed.
firearm with the straight of your shoulder, which would then create a cross figure with the dominant eye, which is usually the opposite of your dominant hand.
Excellent. Thank
Yeah.
you.
You are
Everyone
welcome.
else may proceed with whatever questions they have or comments they have, and I don't know if Rick is still here.
Yes,
Are
I
you still
am.
here, Rick? Okay.
No. There is Flit's page 1.
It's a shame that Joshua never joins these things.
Rick,
I
why
feel
are
like
you
Joshua would have a lot to say.
trying to show it to me this way? Like, well, I could show it to everyone else, but I feel like I personally would. I've seen this. Actually, I remember when you were cleaning this up. I know it. I know this one now, because I remember you were working on the space station thing.
You know what's funny about this particular page that I submitted to Rick is that, like, I submit this and I think that, oh yeah, this is pretty good, and then I see that, like, pages that other people post of their, like, indie comics, and I'm like, bro, this is absolute trash compared to pages that other people
I want
post.
people to. Tomorrow I'm going to send some designs for the exterior of the spaceship of Romo and Krim. I want to see what vote on what's the best one. What's the best?
I just
design for
want to see Romo and Krim episode 2. I don't care about
Yeah.
I know, but-
designs or whatever.
I don't know how he could think this is anywhere close to trash.
Bro, it is trash. I am an absolute trash. Like when it comes to drawing, I suck, dude. I suck when it comes to drawing. Look. So Einstein had this quote that like the only reason why he was perceived as like a super genius was because that he spent more time thinking about a problem than anyone else. Like that's the reason why I am perceived as a passable artist, is because I spend more time on a particular panel or whatever than anyone else. But to be honest, like overall, I am complete trash when it comes to
Yeah, we've
like,
discussed this
drawing
before
or
too. Like
whatever.
I mean, there is a certain level
Mhm.
of like technical ability that can differ people. Like people have actually spent their time learning anatomy or whatever. But the real thing that
Correct.
usually differentiates artists is how much time they're willing to spend on a piece. And better artists can do the same thing in less time just because they're more experienced or, whatnot. It's like
Correct.
I always like to compare myself to
Yeah.
Dillard because Dillard's a much better artist than me. It's like, yeah, I could probably do what he
Yes.
did, but it's going to take me like anywhere between 5 to 10 times as long as he did it to be able to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but
Dillard is
but
an
you
artist.
also have
I am someone. No, I have a skill. I have developed a skill in drawing, but Dillard is an artist. He can create like drawings or pieces or whatever in various styles, in various,
Yeah, and he can
with
pull
various
the
techniques.
object out of his head and put it onto the page. Like he can actually visualize
Exactly.
it. Yeah.
yeah, but
Exactly. Whereas
this page is
like,
nowhere
my
near.
process, like my process is extremely iterative. Like I will put something on paper, but like I don't know how it looks in this perspective, or I don't know how it's supposed to look in whatever. Like I am complete shit when it comes to drawing, where Dillard
good
is
thing,
an
though,
actual artist.
And this is probably, I guess, a Daredevil situation, right? Where we're talking about how people get powers that make up for their faults. Your values end up being very, very strong because that seems to be like the only thing you can actually like really mold or work with. If there's like a strong suit on this page, it is the values here, especially with the space in the background.
I don't know what that means.
Values are your black and white, like your actual shades and everything,
Oh, okay.
right? Yeah.
See, Rick,
Yeah.
that's the other thing. Like I don't know what the fuck values mean.
Guess what? You think I knew exactly what? I had no idea what he meant. I
Yeah, it
think
just means
he
you're
did-
self-taught, you know? You didn't go through classes or anything.
Yeah, I didn't go through any classes. I didn't take any class.
Neither did I really. But you want to know something, Flit? Anybody that's seen this page just thought it was awesome.
No,
Just
Rick.
mind
Yeah, like,
blowing.
I've seen,
If you want me to
I've seen
nitpick
you
it, I
show
can pick
this-
things out, but like I think
Okay, pick things out. Pick things out, Metal.
okay.
No, I mean-
Things
I
that are
mean, like,
awkward on
seriously,
this
pick things
page.
out.
Yeah, things that are awkward on
Yeah.
this page.
Yeah.
I think the leg crossover pose of the woman is a little too flat. It doesn't actually feel like there is depth to the thigh, right? Because the knee should
I
be
agree
coming
with
at
that.
us a little bit. So that's
I
like a
agree with
very
that.
obvious nitpick you can see right away. I can't see the
agree.
whole page at once, but just that was the first one. The chair itself is fine. Her whole position in the chair actually doesn't match the depth, right? Because of the thigh being flat, the butt seems like it's too far forward in the chair, right? Which she is leaning back. It could be
Yeah.
a little forward, but it still feels like it's too far forward. Like she's about to slide right out of the chair that she's in. And
Okay.
I think that is just a byproduct of the lack of depth in that part, right? It's just part of the same issue.
Yep.
If I could pick
Continue.
out literally anything else. I don't like the scaling because it's just hard to tell. So this could not be a problem, but just an initial thing of the perspective between the knee and the hand in the next panel, right? Because the size of the hand actually kind of looks like it's right next to the knee because the hands are pretty big, but I think it's supposed to feel like it's much closer to us than the knee is. So I don't know if the hand needs to be made bigger or the knee needs to be made smaller to give better perspective in that image. But that's another thing that jumps out to me right away.
You know, the interesting thing about that is that the perspective is actually perfect because that is based on a photo that I've taken of my own, like, body or whatever,
But it's a
mimicking that
woman's
pose.
hand,
And
not
so,
a man's. So I
right,
think that's where it's actually pulling it.
exactly,
Yeah. So you need to adjust it to make it feel more like a
exactly.
woman's hand.
Yep, exactly. And that's honestly that's one of my biggest problems is because like a lot of the things that I draw are based on images that I like I'll look
I
at
do that too.
myself in the mirror.
I just have to
Yeah,
know,
I'll look
like, what do I have to adjust so it's not me?
exactly. Like I'll look at myself in the mirror to see how a specific image looks or a perspective or whatever, but I'm not very good at like adapting that to like a female form, for example. And so
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Metal is absolutely correct in that with the
Okay, so
planetary.
yes, obviously, if you look into it, in depth, there's stuff that you can pick out.
Well, hey,
like
he was asking me for nitpicking, so I was nitpicking.
yeah. Oh,
I was absolutely
that's
asking for nitpicking.
that's my point.
Mhm.
If you want somebody to nitpick, I'm sure they could, but overall, Metal, if
Which,
you weren't
as an editor,
trying to nitpick,
As an editor, nitpicking kind of is somewhat my job.
yeah,
and I think the broader point is that I'm absolutely not changing any of this.
No, yeah, honestly,
yeah.
for the ash
Unless
can and
Rick
everything it's
says-
doing, this is perfectly functional. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, unless Rick says that, hey, like the render of the space station, for example, I want that center ring further down or whatever. Like, sure, I might change that, but like,
But you know what?
everything that Metal said, I 100% agree
Well,
with,
if you want
but
me to
I'm
nitpick
also-
the space station,
yeah, go ahead.
okay, it's where the shadow casts, right? Because we look at how the shadow is casting on the nearest object next to it, which is the, what is that, the moon? Or I think, I can't really
Planet,
tell.
it's Pluto.
No, it's Pluto? Okay, so the planetary body, beneath it, you see where the shadow is casting, right? Where the values are, but the light that's hitting the space station is not hitting it at the same angle that it's hitting the planet. And like the light source, which would be the sun, would be hitting both of them from the same spot. There should be a little more like undercast, right? Like it shouldn't be on the bottom because obviously it's facing the sun so much, but you see the way the light is cutting away, it's cutting away towards the top, not towards the bottom. Like you'd basically want to flip the angle of those shadows.
Yeah, and like the difference between you and me, Rick, is that I'm not changing that. Like I accept that is the reality, but I'm also not changing it.
Yeah, well, guess what? You know something? I don't want you to change it because I think it looks, I guess, good enough. But, like almost anybody that I've showed this to, unless you look hard, like you ask Metal to do, they're not going to notice that stuff, I don't think.
Yes, I didn't
Now,
have to
hold
look
on.
hard. Those were the things that immediately jumped to me.
Yeah,
Wait,
well,
hold Hold on. Rick said now almost everyone. I want to know who said this was shit. I want to know.
Nobody said it was shit.
I think he's imagining a potential straw man,
Exactly.
Yeah.
But actually,
I just noticed. It's New Year where I am now. We've passed midnight, like 8 minutes ago. So.
Did you say your rabbit?
I did not.
You're gonna have shit
I
luck
have to
for the
go.
rest
Maybe
of
I'll
the
maybe
year.
back later.
Me
A little bit later,
have
but
shit
I have to go
luck?
for-
No, I have the luck of a god. I don't ever have to say any
Yeah.
ritual.
Yeah,
shut
I'll maybe back later. Okay.
okay, later, Fitz.
Later.
Chose up.
See, Fizz didn't say his rabbit, so now he's pissed off because he's gonna have shit luck for the rest of the year.
I think he's on the West Coast. I think he still has like almost an hour to say it.
Okay, Fizz, I know you're still listening because you're a narcissist like I am. So make sure you say your rabbit
Yeah.
when the new year comes.
Listen, I never say it.
But-
And if you saw
but-
my gotcha pulls, you'd be like, yeah, you don't need to.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. I mean, metal. Like, look, the entire luck balance of the universe is in metal's favor.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we all understand that.
I'm pretty sure
Like, but
like some
for the-
future version of me is just writing the script.
Yeah, for the rest of us, we need
Yeah.
our rabbit. And I don't know. Rick probably didn't say it, and that's why his like next comic book will barely fund. But you know, whatever. We all need the rest of us. Need our
What
rabbit.
is this rabbit thing?
It's a good luck ritual for New Year's.
Exactly.
Okay, I've never even heard of it. So
Oh, you know what? Actually, that's the next
That's
thing
what
I need
your
to work on.
comment-
Is so I'm working on a piece that I owe somebody right now. Which it's going from sketch to ink stage. So like the outline for one of the things already done. I still have to finish the rest of it. It's actually a pretty deep perspective piece. But after this, even though I need to work on comic pages, I think I need to work on every year I do a Lunar New Year piece for the year. And I want to get that done before the New Year so I can schedule it up. So I think that's probably going to be the next thing I work on.
but actually, Flit, with you doing the space station that way, it got me to decide on something. That ring that you put up higher than what I normally would have put it. I'm thinking now it can spin up and down. They can bring it up or
Exactly.
down
Like,
on
Metal,
that pole.
can you explain the 70-30 design rule to Rick? I mean, because I don't think he understands
Oh,
like why I put the like 70% of the details need to be in 30% of the
yeah.
particular design.
It's
Like,
all
I-
about focus and attracting the eye and stuff for dynamism.
Yeah.
I don't want to explain that right now though, because that is
yeah,
that's an
you did.
entire
I
like
get it.
lecture of class on its own. I remember
I
that
get it.
lecture when I was in art class.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I probably wouldn't end up caring, anyways, one way or the other.
Yeah.
I think Metal knows. Most of that art stuff, that theory, I'm like, I don't care.
And I'm gonna be real, like as long as Rick is happy with whatever I produce, then that's all I care about. Because Rick is my, like Rick is
the
my
client
target
in this
audience.
case, right? And as
Yeah.
long as the client's happy.
Yeah. Yeah, and so like Rick, when are we gonna get together and like figure out when to figure out the rest of the script and whatnot? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, like page 2, I feel like that needs to be like 2 different pages. I don't know how you're gonna like fit all that on a single page, but I would really like to hear how you envision that.
No, you're probably gonna
Well,
also hear my criticism of that when he finally shows me.
I want to hear your criticism too, Metal. Like I mean, you know more about like literally everything than I do, and so I'm always interested in what you have to say about anything.
Well, and also
a
I am
complete
the
retard.
editor for most of Rick's stuff too. He like hires me in every single time, so it's like if there's a script that needs to be made, I'm probably going to weigh an opinion on it.
Yeah, but like I am a complete retard when it comes to everything. Like I will like you know give my opinion on something, but I also understand that it comes from the point of view of a complete retard on everything. So like I'm always interested in the opinion of someone who's smarter than me. So which is
Yeah, I always
literally
like to
everything.
because I don't like perceiving it as like somebody being a complete retard on something or whatever. I mean,
mean,
which
you
it's
can.
fine for you
I
to call
don't- I
yourself
don't
that.
mind.
I don't care either. But that's just not how I perceive it because of the structure in which I learned. I tend to look at it in the discipline structure of like how the old guild systems were, and even how like some of them still modernly work, where you have like a novice. Maybe somebody will be in the apprentice stage for a long time, but you have like novice, journeyman, master, and it's a very long journey. Like most people aren't masters until basically near the end of their life. Like they've been doing this for a really long time. Most people spend the majority of their time as a journeyman, where you're like competent enough, but you're still learning everything along the way. And you have enough that you can share with other people, but for the most part, you would probably refer them to getting information from the master. Which is where I would consider myself as I'm probably right there in the journeyman phase, because I've been at this long enough. I've had traditional classical training when I was younger. But I would say I was probably still novice until maybe around the age of 20. Right, which is about the time that if people start young that they stop being a novice. And I've probably been journeyman since then. But journeyman's such a long phase that you could be there forever. Right? So that's how I like to look at it. And there's no shame in being a novice, even for a long period of time. Because most people are. Just some people start younger than others.
Okay, so what I got here for panels page 2. We can talk about this an hour later. I don't care.
I'm not going to go in depth in it now, but I will give some opinions now if that's what's necessary.
Yeah,
Hold on,
like I
hold on. Did Fitzchozo leaves?
Yeah, a while ago.
Yeah.
Is he gone?
Yeah.
Hey, bro, Fitzchozo, I know you're still listening. Make more Robo and Crim. That's all I have to say. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I could tell that that's
Yeah,
how gone you are, because you also, when he left, said, I know you're still listening because you're a narcissist.
Bro,
Just like me.
So gone. I am so gone, and I am such a narcissist. I have no idea.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
So all I did was, like, for panel 1, I was born in the 1920s. I tried to show a picture of Montreal in the 1920s.
Damn, Rick, you're old. You were born in the 1920s? Holy shit.
No, not me. Snowdrift.
Oh, okay.
Nancy
Almost as
Brown.
old as Felix the cat.
Yeah, really.
I'm just reading what I wrote. So I went to college/university during the Second World War. So tried to show a college university campus there.
Well, I
in the
remember
second panel.
that this is always my biggest gripe with your scripts, and that's why we're going through this like thumbnailing phase now, just to let everybody at home know this. Rick will write his scripts almost like the dialogue portion of a player TV script, or like a movie, which is even still light for those scripts because most of those will have set pieces and set instructions and stuff. He'll just write like the dialogue that's going on in the panel and then ship it. Because a lot of his scripts are really old, that they wrote back like when he was in high school or whatever. But I'll go in and like, Rick, there's just not enough information in this panel for an artist to go off of. That's like probably the number one thing that he hears from me all the time is like, there's just not enough information in this panel for an artist to go off of. And that's why we're in this thumbnailing phase, so we could try to solve that problem.
Yeah. So then panel 3 is I majored in science. I got my degree with top honors and graduation. So it's trying to show a woman, it just show class sort of thing, doing some sort of sciencey type stuff. I haven't written this out in this. I wrote stuff out for page 1, but I gotta write stuff out for thing. And then we sort of go into book 1 here with no details, tragedy struck. So I'm showing her from page from her getting buried in the snow over the next 2 panels. Because
hey! I just noticed.
So,
The second, hey Marsupial, you're awake.
Marsupial, yeah!
Happy
hey,
New
Marsupial.
Year.
Happy New Year, Marsupial.
Happy New Year.
He doesn't sound awake yet.
Yeah, I think he's
I'm
also
awake.
probably a
I've been
little bit
playing,
quieter than everyone. Let me bump you up to like 200%. There we go.
Oh,
I got you.
that's
Yeah.
weird.
Marsupial's in the afterglow of banging his girlfriend, you know?
Sure.
No, he's just.
I've been playing Lego Horizons.
Oh, my condolences.
Am I not coming through at all?
No, you are. You are. I had to bump you up some. You just, which we
Okay.
probably just concluded. You probably have a fungal infection. So like he's just been very quiet lately. I turned him up for the stream's sake on my end. But if you guys have trouble hearing, you might want to like right click and turn him up to 200 as well.
Nah, I can hear him just fine.
Yeah, I can hear him just fine.
Yeah, I think the dentist gave me oral thrush or something. I don't know.
Or a what?
Oh, hey,
Uh,
Kefnet, Happy New Year.
fungal infection, oral thrush. That's what it's called.
The dentist gave you oral. That's a little rude, I think,
Are you
but...
drunk yet, Flit? Yeah.
Oh, he's way past.
Well, I mean, I wish I was out. I was out at the time. I wish he'd woken me up for that, at least.
Well, you're here now, and that's all that matters.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to go back to him for a pill to get rid of it.
Did you say you're rabbit when you woke up?
What?
I
Oh
don't
my
think he
God,
did.
how does nobody know this? What the fuck?
There are all kinds of different New Year traditions. But that is
the
one of the more
rabbit-
popular
rabbit-
ones.
Rabbit
I've
is
been-
the
I've been
only
awake.
one that matters. Like,
Yeah.
how do you people not know that?
No, I knew it. I just don't do it.
I mean, Metal knows it because Metal knows everything. Metal is like a fucking super genius. He knows fucking
Do you know there are
everything, but how
traditions
does everyone else not know this?
for like what you want it to happen in the year? You should
Oh.
wear certain color underwear when it transitions through midnight.
Bro, I want to see Metal versus Elon Musk in an IQ competition. I actually suspect that Metal could probably hold his own.
I don't even
if
know
I
what an
wanna say that
IQ
Metal could
competition
beat him, but
is.
I don't know. I don't know either, and I don't care. But I suspect that Metal could hold his own against Elon Musk.
Flit, did you eat? Did you eat black-eyed peas?
But I don't know. I have
you going
like
to?
an entire bottle of Wild Turkey 101 that has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, probably 8/10 gone, which was probably be what is that, like 4/5 gone right now. I don't know what did you say? What did you ask, Marshall?
If you ate your black-eyed peas.
Oh, we're talking about New Year's traditions. Black-eyed peas are the.
I don't know, but I made
big tradition.
I made for Christmas. I made. What did I make? I made
You made food.
yeah, I did. I made a bourbon orange ham, and I made asparagus risotto, and I made jalapeno cornbread, and I made it's not the potatoes that are sliced, but it's the potatoes that are sliced with the cheese on it. Potatoes au gratin. I
Oh
made
yeah,
all that
Cartine,
shit
yeah.
from scratch.
I love
from
au gratin.
scratch on Christmas. Man, I love that shit. Anyway, Marsupial, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah,
Just working off that steak
I'm
we
just-
ate earlier.
playing. Yeah, playing video. Games. Actually, I just went outside. The
Is it raining again?
fireworks were crazy here at midnight. What's that?
Is it raining again? Because it was drizzling right
it's
before
drizzling
I.
a little bit, but
Yeah.
but there's like fireworks like right over on the other side of the houses across the street.
Yeah.
I mean, not anymore, but yeah, I was going crazy. It was really loud. I don't know if that's
Is that what woke you
the
up?
city doing it or just private people. I was not asleep.
Oh, I don't know, man. You were laying on the couch. I heard some snoring at a certain point. Maybe you weren't aware that you passed
yeah,
out.
like hours ago.
Yeah,
that was like at
wasn't
9 o'clock
snoring,
for
that
like
was-
an hour.
That was a sound of banging.
Yeah, well, it's like I don't remember what time in the stream it was. At a certain point, which I'm probably about to do this again because it's been like another hour or so. At a certain point, I ran out of my drink and I had to get up and get another one. And you were snoring
Yeah.
when I passed by to get my drink.
Well, that's what woke me up. Was
Yeah.
you walking?
Oh.
by. That's when I woke up.
Okay. It was probably because I also probably I
knew
think
you-
I slammed
yeah.
my door as well on the way in.
Yeah, I heard that. That's so I've been awake since then.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna go get a Mountain Dew.
But yeah, I went
So,
outside
Flint-
and was watching the fireworks.
Were they explosive?
Yes, quite.
Marsupial doesn't know he was too busy banging realize what was going on.
Is this what you guys have been talking
Marsupial.
about? Me banging.
Exactly. Marsupial is the Mac Daddy of this live stream chat. Like Marsupial has more sexual experience than all of us combined.
Well, that's probably true. I have more kids than all of you combined, so.
True, since none of us have kids, as far as I know.
Yeah.
That's right. Marsupial has bitches lined up out the door waiting for his.
Well, Marsupial has two
you know,
kids, I think.
Marsupilami. That's right.
Yeah.
They're just not here. They're on the other side of the country.
Marsupial has children all over the world, for all we know.
I have kids.
Yeah,
in
they're
every state.
marsupials.
That's right.
Oh, I should change my icon to my new icon. There's
He's
He's
an
the father of all marsupials.
That's true. It is true.
This has always bothered me.
There's an AI thing where it was.
I know you like Australia. I know eventually you ended up, hooking up with an Australian. But you're American, and you're a marsupial gamer. Why do you not use a possum? The only marsupial in North America.
Oh, because I'm an Australian marsupial.
Possums are fucking awesome.
Can we not admit though that like the Australian accent is like the sexiest accent, followed only by
I don't know if I can agree with that, but it's
Irish
definitely at least like top 5.
I mean, like the Irish
know.
accent is obviously up there, but like
Yeah, but I don't want to say that the
Right,
Irish is
right.
top because, like, being kind of like historically Irish lineage, I feel like I'd be too biased to just go out and say that the Irish is the top one. I try to balance that.
and like the Queen's English is definitely up there, but like I don't know, man. Like the I don't know, man. Chicks with an Irish accent or even an Australian accent, man. That's just like Rick knows what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, good day, mate. How you doing?
But it also depends on the Australian accent, right? There's multiple, and some of them are basically just British.
Yeah,
Bit
Peach has a
cheerio
British
and all
accent.
that stuff.
Yeah,
like
Peach does have like just like a straight up British accent.
Yeah, she does not have an Australian accent.
She doesn't have the outback accent that you're kind of used to.
Right. In fact, she hates Australian accent.
Mhm.
That's why she's always prefers to be said, or, she's definitely British.
Yeah.
Is that why Marsupial has the British flag as his profile banner on Twitter?
Do I still?
Do
Oh,
you?
I forgot about that.
You got
I
like
did for a while.
is it a Union Jack that you have up there? Or?
No,
Oh,
it's
no, I changed it.
St. George's Cross.
Oh, St. George's. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the better one anyway.
Oh,
Yeah, I changed it.
On a completely different note, maybe for Discord, I have something in the area where shows friends and direct messages. It's saying 1, but I go into there and nothing is showing up for it. Any
Maybe
ideas,
you're
Metal?
haunted.
Yeah, I don't know. I have like the one quote unquote. on
Did you
my
check to see if you have
Discord
like a
too,
pending
but-
friend request?
Yeah, I've checked that.
Okay.
Friends.
Did you check? Oh, wait. Did you check the shop? Because the shop counts to that area now. So if there's like something new they want you to see in like the shop or the quest section, and it looks like there's like a red new over it, that actually counts as a 1. It's very stupid. I used to really like Discord when it's new. Every update they've ever done to it, except for adding the stage channel. I love the stage channel. But every other update they've done to it since it came out has just made the thing functionally worse.
I'm not sure where that would be under it because I click shop and I don't see anything there.
Yeah, it's
I
a
don't
hard
know
thing to
either, 'cause-
troubleshoot because it's not intuitive at all.
Yeah, because I've got like a 1 next to my name too, but I have no idea like what it means or where it's from or whatever, or how to get rid of it. And it kind of drives, I don't know, kind of bugs the crap out of me.
Do
Yeah, it's
you?
bugging the crap
Wait,
out of me
wait.
a little bit too.
Do you have the chat open for the stage we're in?
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh yeah. Oh no.
Because if you
Yeah.
do, that might also count as the one, because it might be trying to notify you of the stage that you're on, that there's a chat, which all the chat was people joining the stage.
No, like this one's been there for like a week or so,
Oh, then yeah, I don't know.
and it's
Oh,
driving me
shit.
a little crazy.
Yeah, I hate those. I do not
Marsupial-
stand them.
Marsupial changed his avatar, and I'm trying to find my magnifying glass, but like every time I move, I'm like fucking almost ready to pass out. So, Marsupial, can you just describe what your avatar change is so I don't like pass out trying to find my magnifying glass so
Yeah.
I can see what it is?
I had like there was this thing with this AI that was creating like magazine covers with your, details from your X account, and for some reason, it did one with me as a girl in a wallaby onesie. So that's my new avatar.
I see. You know what? I want to hear what everybody thinks about AI because
Didn't we
you
do
know,
this
I'm kind of a
the last time Drunk Flit was on a New Year's special?
hell yeah, because I'm kind of a dick and I want to hear what everyone has to say about this because, yeah.
And I
It's a-
think
it's
it's
a nice
advanced
tool.
quite a bit that people might even have some slightly different opinions than they did last time, too.
For me, it's just a tool to be used. I won't use it to make a comic book, but videos of my characters or whatever. Sure. So
I
maybe-
won't use it for the thing
So-
that I like to do, but I will take somebody else's job from it.
What does that mean? What do you mean you will take somebody else's job?
Oh, I was just rephrasing what Rick said, right? Like, he's like, I won't do it for like comics or anything, but for a video to promote it, I'll totally use it.
Oh, yeah.
Or music. Hey, I can't afford those people.
Yeah, I know.
They
I'm
cost
just
a
being
lot
a
of
little
money.
facetious here. I'm just intentionally being facetious.
Yeah, I know. You're razzing me a little bit.
I
Which
actually
is
don't
alright.
have too much against people using AI tools. It's not something that I would do myself because I'm like super into artisan work, and I don't think if you're using AI tools that you are doing artisan work. But depending on what you're doing with it and which tools there is, they are genuinely just tools. Now,
Yeah.
we have
Like,
the discussion
if I
of whether
could
it's
ever
art or
afford-
not, and I don't think what it pumps out is art, but I do think it can be used as a tool for art if you do more than just the prompt.
Yeah, like for me, it's like if I can afford, when I can afford to hire these people to do it on a regular basis, I'd love to. Do it. I'd like to get Marsupial to do a game, do a game with, like a Street Fighter type game.
Oh, you're gonna have to wait a few years for that. He's swamped with everything.
With AI. Well, I'm writing a mobile app with AI, but it's not a game. I think I'm gonna change. I guess what my previous opinion was that as Metal reminded me, Flit chewed me out for, and I guess last year or the year before, I guess maybe it was 2 years ago. And I'll say, as a non-artist, I will refrain from commentary on AI for art. I'll just I'll defer to artists to decide what's
Yeah. You can still
What's
like
the
the stuff that
correct
comes
opinion?
out though, or dislike it. I think audience critique is something completely different from the actual creation part of art. And anybody who isn't a practicing artist on any level can still critique and be like, well, I like the way that looks, because that's entirely just a taste thing at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Can I be honest though? Like, I'm gonna be real. Like, my position on AI has like softened a lot, and so I kind of want to hear Marsupial's like genuine opinion on it.
Well, his opinion is probably also going to be very different.
I
from
don't
that
know if I
field
have an
too,
opinion.
right? Because there's a bunch of different AI, and you're mostly using it in the coding and programming world, which is still some generative
Right.
stuff, but it's very different than the stuff we were talking about last time.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I want to refrain from, I don't really have much of an opinion anymore, I guess, when it comes to just completely generated AI, quote unquote, art. Because I'm really 100% concentrating on using it as a tool to help with programming. And I will say that if I wasn't already an expert programmer, a professional, having done it for like 30 years, I would recommend people learn to program first and then learn how AI can get you, do the easy stuff that, the stuff that you already know how to do, but you can't remember the exact syntax, and you have to like search and like, okay, how do you manipulate this or that?
Yeah.
AI just
But
do
you
that
have to
for
have
me.
the skill to be able
Get
to look
onto
over it
the-
and make sure that they actually put out
Yeah.
good code and troubleshoot when it goes wrong.
Right. Yeah, I will say, in all honesty, in using AI with programming, it writes better code than I do. Oftentimes, because or at least it'll work with what you've already written. But I have asked it. I've had it solve a problem, and then I'll ask it. What would you recommend as a next step? If we had infinite time and money, what would be a way to improve this? And it'll say, well, you're not really using best practices here, and I would recommend refactoring this whole thing. And I look at the code that it generated. I'm like, holy shit, that is so much better than my code.
And I think that comes down to a lot of things.
exactly.
It's like, I know a lot of artists who, in the same regard, they use AI sometimes as like a bouncing board, like as a prompt almost, right? Where it's like, you create this first image for me, and then I'll go and actually make the image in that way. Because some people just don't have, they have the technical skill, but they don't have like the creative mind to come up with like what they should be working on in the first place. There's a lot of people like that. AI is a big like repository of knowledge, which is why it can like pump out a lot of things that maybe you wouldn't have thought of as a programmer. But what we know is it's not very consistent, right? Where like you were complaining with the app where a button might move around from one page to the next, even when you ask it to stay still. So there's things about that generation where it's like a human programmer would have the intent to keep something consistent in a way that this generative AI wouldn't even think of.
Yeah, I had it basically design all of, like, it'll actually do the graphical design of every screen of the app. But then when I looked at every screen, I'm like, wait, the buttons at the top on this screen, and the next one, the buttons are on the bottom, and on the next screen, they're like smaller. It's like, what? Make them all the same, damn it.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Black Eye
So
Creative
it does do
asks,
stupid
when you say
stuff.
better, do you mean cleaner? Describe what you mean by write better code than you. Like, be more specific on it.
Honestly, more professional. I mean, I will be the first to admit, I am not, even after 30 years, I am not like a savant, programmer. I kind of know how to make things work. I know how to make things work. But like when it comes to dependency injection and, things like that. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head, but that's a good example. I never really learned dependency injection properly. I understand it. I know it when I see it, but when I write code by myself, it doesn't occur to me to structure it correctly or to structure it in a way that makes unit testing easy to do, which kind of depends on dependency injection. So like,
So
if I have,
sorry, go ahead.
Good. I was just saying, when I've asked it, here's a module I've written. How would you do it differently? It's always saying like, you should have used dependency injection. You need to write some unit tests, and I would do it this way. And I'm like, yeah, when I've seen clean, good professional code, it's suggesting exactly what it should be, and I'm looking at my code, and I'm like, yeah, I'm a shitty programmer, so but I got it to work. So
Yeah, so as far as like the iterative aspects of coding, like AI is like you know what I mean? Like it can really
it,
simplify that particular aspect. So like as far as I understand,
Well, it's
it,
also
like
it's because it
coding-
has the immediate access to the entire repository of knowledge. So like it can pull what should be professional coding out of it. Like
yeah, it
just
knows best
instantly.
practices.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
knows to follow best practices, whereas I sometimes
Yeah.
forget.
Yeah, because I've talked to a lot of people who use AI for coding, and they're like, I write the code, but like as far as like the iterative stuff, like I use AI specifically for
Yeah.
that kind of thing, and it's great for that because. Go
I'll
ahead.
tell you what I think it's best for is code reviews. Like if I basically before I submit, I've gotten into the habit. Before I submit my code for an official code review, I'll ask the AI to review it, and it'll find stuff like, oh, you didn't check for null here. You need to check for this. Like 99% of the time it'll be fine, but you're going to run into an issue at runtime when this could be null and blah blah blah. And that's one of the biggest problems that we've had in my company's like large code base overall is like forgetting to check for nulls and forgetting to do this and that, making sure that it's bulletproof. And it's really good at analyzing and saying, you need to do this here. Otherwise, there could be an error and blah, blah, blah. Or logging, it does good code review. Yeah,
but like it's reviewing the code that you created though. Like you already have that basic understanding of how to create something, how to code something.
Well, and sometimes it also works both
just
ways, right? Like sometimes he's reviewing the code that he's telling it to create too.
Yeah,
that too.
And so it's almost like a peer review type of thing, where like the AI is just reviewing what you've created and saying, hey, maybe this is a better way to do it, or I don't know.
It's a good way to get immediate
QA
feedback because, like,
to a degree too.
Yeah. I recently wrote a brand new module and I had it review it, and it came back like, this is great. It follows all the good conventions and I don't see anything wrong with it. I was like, oh, great. That's first time you've ever said that to me. It's like, that's nice to hear. That's helping me, become a better coder. So.
Yeah, because I'm gonna be real. Like I've used like Grok, for example. Like I've used that shit before. I've used like if I'm trying to come up with a color scheme or something for something, because like I'm colorblind. Like I'm like literally blind, but I'm also
So you're using a
colorblind,
tool
and so
to
I'm
make
like,
up for something you couldn't do otherwise, really.
Yeah, so I'm like, hey, look, Grok, like, hey, I've got this thing, and this is what I want its base color to be. Can you come up with a color scheme that matches that? And like, I'm actually kind of impressed that it'll come up with a color scheme for it, and it'll come up with and it'll output that shit in hex code that I can actually use, not just like, hey, this is like a blue green or something. Like I don't know what
It'll be like
green is,
actually give you
what
like OF 8A 3F or whatever, like the actual hex code for it, and you can pop it in.
Yes, exactly. And I know what the hex code is. Like I don't know what blue green is, but I know what a hex code is. And so so it's like no, like I don't know. I
just to spite you, it's like it gives it to you in Pantone, and then you have to go to like Pantone and find the hex code for that Pantone color.
Yeah, but like I'm kind of like, what? I can kind of see the appeal of this AI shit, like it kind of works.
I also want to
so I'm just
clarify,
curious.
because Josh was like, ew, let AI replace our imagination. In the specific cases where I said I know some people that use AI for composition inspiration, they're not even like completely redoing the image. They just need like, oh, yeah, today maybe I'll be doing a picture of a mermaid in this environment, and it'll be completely different from the AI. These are people who basically pump out an image every single day, right? And if they weren't using AI to get their composition, they'd be scrolling through Twitter or something until they got the idea for what they wanted to
they'd be
do. They're
doing
just speeding up the process.
Google
That's
image
it.
search.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah,
like
and
they're
also
not really
need
replacing
AI
their
to come up with their
imagination.
image, so.
Yeah, because they
Yeah.
would be basically using the internet or whatever for the exact same thing anyway. This is just like give me the subject, the prompt that I'm doing today as an artist.
Yeah, and those people I kind of want to die. So, you know. I mean, no, just
Yeah, but
I mean,
you know, like
like-
that's their niche is like which image a day. That's just what people do.
yeah.
You
And
need to though.
I probably
That's
should
how
have
you get
said-
attention.
I should
Yeah.
have said this before the stream even started or before I even logged on, but the opinions expressed herein are my own and not necessarily the opinions of the Metal or Rick Piper or Marsupial Gamer
But you better listen to
Or
it. damn
Fitz
you.
Joseph.
or Fitzchozo. So if you are going to ban somebody, I would say that you should ban me
Flit
and not any of these people.
specifically Drunk Flit is our New Year's holiday spirit. You will listen to him. You don't have to agree with him, but you will listen to him.
By the way, I love that. I'm pretty sure. I think I said this before. I love the idea of being a holiday spirit. And like, if I die, like that's like literally the only thing everyone's gonna remember of me is like, oh yeah, he was a holiday spirit.
We're just start making
But anyway,
entire
the-
like specials, like the Rankin Boss little puppet animation stop motion specials about Drunk Flit coming on New Year's Eve.
Yeah. But the I guess the point of this whole conversation is that I know I've kind of been a dick to Marsupial about AI in the past, and I just kind of want him to realize that like I'm not like totally against AI necessarily, and like if he uses AI to like, you know, deal with the iterative part of his program or whatever, I'm like perfectly okay with that, you know. And like I've used AI before, I've used Grok before, and so I just don't want to marsupial to think that like I hate him because he
Yeah.
uses AI or anything like that.
You know
Like, I
what part
don't.
of
I
art, what
literally-
job I
legitimately
would
don't.
like to see completely replaced by AI though? There is an art job I would like to just
Politicians?
see.
Yeah, I'd love to see politicians replaced by
Okay,
AI,
maybe
yeah.
that too, right? Maybe we could just like install Mr. House as just like the replacement for all politicians. That might
Exactly.
be fine.
I would obey Mr. House more than I
Yeah.
would obey my personal senator.
Yeah.
so.
No, but there's a specific
Anyway, sorry,
art
go ahead.
job that I would like to see replaced with AI because it's one that nobody likes doing. Like even the people who are doing it, they're just doing it because it's like the only job they can do to get into the industry. But it shouldn't be in the industry in the first place because it's bloating all of the budgets for the games. The texture mill. I would love to see AI like completely replace the 4K texture mill, where there's just like tons of people,
I'm shocked.
hundreds of people just working on textures in video games.
I'm shocked that they still pay people to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you pay someone to do that? It's ridiculous.
Honestly, I would love AI to be able to like retopologize my 3D models. I
Yeah.
would love that shit.
I'm sure you
I
could
would-
make
I
a
would
like
prob-
topology assistant model. Like it probably wouldn't be that hard.
Like, I mean, there is a I can't remember what it's called right off the top of my head, but there is an add-on that you can buy that will, you know, retopologize your models into quads. But like I unironically would pay for you know, I mean, if I were like actually, you know, in the field of making 3D models for money, I would unironically pay for an AI assisted tool that would retopologize my models.
Yeah, which is something I need to get done in the future for the Canadian Shield one.
I want to make a Canadian Shield model for Rick. I wouldn't even charge him for it. I just want to make one.
But you can make a Snowdrift one. But I'll take Snowdrift Canadian Shield too.
You know,
I'm gonna
topologically
be-
speaking, your pants are just handcuffs for your legs and groin.
I don't know what that means. I'm gonna be real though. I'm like really bad at like I'm really. Oh no.
Hmm?
My Oh
You ran out of booze?
yeah, it's buffering. It's buffering really bad right now.
Oh, Well, we
Hold on. Let me refresh.
I think that's partially me. I saw everything just went down to like red. It shouldn't have been. Like I had plenty of bandwidth. It just for some reason decided to be red.
It's okay. I think I let a gamer word
That's all right.
slip earlier on, so I
No,
apologize
I
for
didn't
that.
hear it.
Anyway.
Oh no, he did. He
to-
to fizz.
To the Twitch staff, I want to
Oh, we're not on
apologize
Twitch.
that is the okay. To
We're,
the
we're on YouTube and
staff,
Kick.
To Neil Mahan and whoever the fuck runs Kick, I want to say that the opinions expressed herein are that of myself and do not necessarily express the.
I
of
think
the metal
gamer words are perfectly fine on
Piper
Kick,
or-
actually. And Kick doesn't seem to care.
Yeah. Just don't insult gambling.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can insult our Lord and Savior gambling addiction.
Yeah.
There's literally nothing wrong with gambling, as long as it gets metal more subs and more, money per subs. There's literally nothing wrong with gambling, and I think everybody should gamble. And I think everybody should give metal their money. And
Yeah,
probably
everybody
my
should
sister
show
I'll
up
just
to my
say-
gotcha pull sessions, and they should donate money
That's
so I
right,
can pull more.
Everyone should show up to metal Scotch pull session.
You want to see metal pull on stream because
Yeah.
Don't want to see him pull nothing. Especially on
he pulls a lot of things.
I do.
I,
Um,
I pull a lot of things too, but nobody wants to see that on
Private.
stream.
I'll just say, so the reason I guess I realized when it comes to like AI art, like generative art, so, I don't have, I'm not an artist, and I
You don't
I
have a
would rather
strong
not
opinion either
have
way,
an
really.
yeah, because it doesn't affect me, and I realize that it does affect other people a lot. So I'm
Yeah.
like, if you feel strongly about it, that's valid, and I'm not gonna say you're wrong because I don't have a strong opinion.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm not gonna
Because you have like no
I'm gonna argue
investment
with people
really
about
in it.
Right. But I will say when it comes to programming and this new mobile app that I'm building, and I'm trying to do it intentionally, trying to do it almost entirely with AI as much as I can. It's sort of an experiment to see what it can or can't do, like can it build the whole thing? And it's been a challenge because I've had to learn the ways that it works and how to get it to follow guidelines and how to
Mhm.
get it to learn new languages and things like that. And so it's more of an experiment. It's a real app that I would like to have done, but it's been an interesting challenge in a way that I've never experienced before in programming, because I'm trying to tell it how to learn the stuff to build the app. And
Yeah.
I'll just say, I don't care. I do appreciate it, Flit, that you're like, I don't hate you for using it for programming. I don't, if you did, and I appreciate that you don't, I wouldn't care because the fact is when it comes to programming, I have to learn it. And I'm not,
Yeah, like
I'm
you
not
don't have an
talking about you who
option.
are artists. I don't have an option. If I don't learn how to use this and use it well and use it efficiently, I'm out of a job in like 2 to 3 years. It's sooner than you think. Like literally, it could be in 2 years.
It could be next year.
I mean, I would be fucked.
Like there could be a breakthrough that happens this year that you weren't planning
Yeah.
on, and it could literally be like
It
this
could be 1
upcoming
year.
Yeah.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
I mean,
Hold on. I want to say something real quick. Like Marsupial's like, look, even if you didn't hate me, I wouldn't give a fuck. Look, bro, I totally respect that. and I am totally on your side with that. Like, I just want you to know that, I just want you to know that I am 100% on your side with that. Like, look, bro, if you hated me and for any usage, I just want you to know that I'm 100% on your side with that.
Oh, listen, man.
I
As a
appreciate that.
fellow narcissist, I love haters. People can feel
Exactly.
free to hate me as much as they want.
Well, it has nothing to do with anything other than survival. Like, because I would be fucked. I have a coworker who's like, what the fuck? He's like panicking. And he's like, we're going to be obsolete in 2 years. What the fuck are we supposed to do? Like, we're going to be fucked. And I'm like, well, you know, and he's the one who's actually teaching me AI. And I'm like,
oh yeah, I know which one it is then. Yeah,
we need, yeah. And I'm like, well, we need to learn this stuff, and we need to. I mean, we might even be fucked regardless. Yeah, we might be screwed regardless. And so it's just like, well, then we need to learn it fast and use it and make our millions now, because we might be fucked in 2 or 3 years.
Yo, that's just the way it is, right?
That's the only reason
Because right now
I'm
you
like,
have to teach it how to program and how to respond to the way you want. But it's kind of like when people were trying to defend the creation of AI art, because it's like, well, I still have to put the prompt in and you have to actually get skilled at prompting, except like you could actually get AI to give you a better prompt than the one you wrote in the first place. It's like that type of shit's going to happen with coding as well.
Oh my God. That's something that I've learned very recently with, like, if you don't know how to do like awesome super prompts that get you exactly what you want, ask the AI to write it for you. Write me a super prompt that will get me this. And it will do it. And then you feed it back in or feed it to a different AI, and it gives you exactly what you want. I'm like, oh, fuck, we are so fucked. But that's awesome anyway.
And Marsupial, look, I know you don't give a shit like what I have to say or my opinion or whatever, but I just want I just want you to know that, like, I like you, and I want to make sure that you know that I want you to do whatever the fuck you have to do to keep your job or to keep your position or to keep going or whatever. I whatever you have to do it. Whatever I think about it or whatever. I just, like I said, I like you. I want you to succeed. I want you to do whatever you have to do to keep going.
Well, I've been jobless and homeless and penniless, and I'm never going back there again. So
I know. And
I care.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I care what you think because you're my friend. I'm just saying, whatever the general opinion is, I have to disregard that because I have to, take care of my family, and that's what I got to do to survive.
Well, this is like
I understand that,
part of history,
and I
too,
want
right?
you to do that. I want you to do what you have to do to get ahead.
Like when machines were introduced to factories, right, to the factory line. The assembly line, actually, because they weren't technically factories before the machines. But when the assembly line started having machines involved in it, there were a lot of people that were like, man, you can't do that. It's unethical. You're going to put people out of job. And there are a lot of people who's like, listen, if I don't learn to go use these machines and like step over those picket lines, I ain't going to feed my family. I got to do it. Yeah. And now look where we are. Now people think it's like stupid for not using the machines.
Yeah. You got to realize where we're hitting an inflection point where no matter how much you cry about it or scream or, protest, it's going to happen. Like there's nothing that's going to stop
People thought that the printing press was going to harm literacy rates because people wouldn't be writing the books down themselves, like by hand, right? Yeah. And actually literacy rates are at an all-time high thanks to the internet because more people need to read more than ever, but also like we ship out internet and tablets to people in the middle of Africa, and there's people who've never needed to learn to read before, and now they can. It's like this literacy rates are the highest they've ever been in the world, even with like American literacy rates dropping down to like a 7th grade level at best. It's like, okay, but worldwide it's still better than it's ever been.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna have an explosion of great software development, which includes, better games and stuff like that. And there's going to be an explosion of higher wages, I think, in software development, but only for the people who embrace AI. Sorry to say. So
yeah, and I mean, like I hate to say this, but I actually agree with Marsupial. I think that the only people who are going to move forward are the people who embrace AI, and like
definitely in the upper field. I think some indie devs will still be fine, right? Depending on what you're making, like the definitely in STEM for sure. But like in video games,
average person, like but for like the average person, I hate to say this, but I agree with Marsupial on this.
Yeah. Well,
I think that's why. Oh yeah, see you, Rick. That's fine. if
Yeah,
you
I
need
gotta
it
get
out.
Oh,
going.
good night, Rick.
Yeah, it's like
Happy
3
New
o'clock
Year.
where I am. Happy New Year, everyone. See
Happy New Year,
you later. We'll have to get together, Flint, soon. Hopefully
Yeah.
this week coming, either later this week or next week. To
Feel
talk
free to
about
ping
stuff.
me if you need to drag me into
Whenever-
call.
Yeah, whenever you can find time for me, I know that I'm not really that important, but whatever.
Yeah. Oh, work has been swamped me lately, but
Yeah. No, I know, I'm not that important, but whatever.
I'm thinking Monday, thinking Sunday or Monday.
Yeah, okay. That's fine, Rick. Just let me
Okay.
know.
Yeah, okay. Later.
See ya.
Yep.
Yeah, but so I've been
No,
saying this for a
I don't know
while.
if that's the case. I don't know if that's the case in art. That's a completely different, situation.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be this way in most facets in general, but it's also been this way in most facets. Is that ever since machines started getting added into the production of human livelihood, right? Human thriving, you've had a further divide of basically like automatic or mass produced versus like artisan work. And especially with art, I think it will be pushed even further and further into like, there'll be a lot of people who don't care because that's just how most people are anyway. Most people just don't care where things come from ever. Like that's just not how they are. Talk about normies, just everyday people who they're tired from work and they just want to sit on their couch and veg out. They don't even really care too much about the quality of the thing they're watching, just that like it entertains them enough, it fits their like favor, their fancy enough that they can veg out. I'm not worried about those people, but like those people will be satisfied with AI stuff. I have a friend who is so easy to please. His favorite movie growing up with Lilo and Stitch, and he loved the new one, even with all the stuff it changed, because like he just went to the movie and he saw characters and was able to veg out, right? Like he's happy with the awful Netflix Castlevania stuff or whatever. That's just how most normal people are. But then on the other side, there are people who really like artisan work and they're willing to pay top dollar for something that was handcrafted by an individual. Like we've had that, like if people will go and get blankets from the Amish because they know they were loomed by hand, right? And they'll pay 5 times as much that they should need to buy a blanket, 5 times more than you would get from Walmart because they know it was loomed by hand. That stuff will apply in this situation too. It's going to be a divide. It'll be a smaller group, but there are people who they love knowing like you're an artist. You went through a process. It took you a lot to get the skills and to get to where you are. Like Picasso scribbling on a napkin and charging like $100 or $200 for it. And they're like, what? This is a scribble. It's like, yeah, but it took me a lifetime to make that scribble. So I think that's where the divide's going to be in general.
The tough part that I'm a little worried about is that just from looking at it, eventually, not now, but eventually the AI produced product will be as good as or better than the human produced one.
Various, right? Various levels, right? Right now, it's better than a lot of people's, even being very mid and mediocre, because a lot of people aren't even mediocre. And it'll be able to get to higher levels of certain things. But the scarier part will be when it can mimic the entire process of making the art. I think that will be the thing. Because like right now, you could prove that you made the art by showing the entire process, maybe even by like streaming it, right? Or like recording a video of you making the art, do a time lapse. But eventually, the entire systems will be able to fake that too. And you can make somebody think that you did everything.
They already can. They already can fake the entire process.
They can already fake the drawing picture.
They can't fake you streaming, live streaming the entire process. But like as far as video creation goes, they can already fake you creating the entire process.
Okay.
Black Eye Creative says apply the entire conversation that just took place concerning AI integration and software development. That same thought pattern is what the vast majority of people, including creatives, will leverage, and the justification to use AI will come from the creatives. There's already a lot of justification coming from the creatives. It's a split divide within it. There's some people that are fully against, and there's some people who like really just want to jump on the tools.
I want to know
I don't use
Marsupial's
AI.
opinion. I want to know Marsupial's opinion on something. First of all, I want to know if he believes that AGI is even possible. And I've completely.
We were kind of
forgotten
talking
my
about
last
this
question,
a little bit last night.
I think the only story. Look, I think the only story AI can really write well is isekai, because isekai can't be written well.
But we
So
also
you just-
don't try to limit AI,
Touche.
because don't look at what it can do now to what it will do in 5 years. Now, there's some walls that it might hit that it may never be able to get over, but we're not necessarily sure what those walls even are, because we don't know what innovations might happen in between now and then.
Like, will you be able to use AI without a server in the future?
You can now.
Do what?
You can install an AI model onto your own personal local computer without needing a server. It's already been trained.
Can you really?
Yeah.
Sure.
In fact, a lot of people prefer offline AI.
Like I've got
snap.
I've
That
got an
means-
RT.
Wait,
No,
that
hold
means
on. Hold on. I've got an RTX 5070 Ti. Can I run a local AI model?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
wait, that
That's
means
actually-
somebody can just make a robot now.
No.
Yeah.
But also, yes. It depends what you
They
mean.
can try.
Because you could always make robots.
I think. No, what? Imagine if you have download that AI into the robot. It's a build a robot that can run the AI, and then download
I
that into the robot.
Sure. I just don't have like the highest expectations of it, but yeah, you absolutely could.
Oh,
Here's what I've learned this year. If you want to know if AI can do something, ask the AI.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna.
Well,
go
it
on-
doesn't always know,
Huh?
and I've learned. It depends how sophisticated. I've learned that from watching enough Nero-sama, that it doesn't always know what it can and can't do.
I had this weird thought experiment. I did earlier this year. What if, you took one of the neural interfaces that Elon Musk is developing, right? And implant it into a monkey, and then it download the generative AI to the chip. What would happen?
You'd probably cause the monkey to have hallucinations. I would probably guess.
Because I was thinking of a situation like Upgrade, where they can kind of swap consciousness or something.
I think that is still in the realm of science fiction at the moment.
Or they can have a combined consciousness where they can just AI can just take control of the body.
I do believe that they use some form of not generative, but lower sophisticated, older forms of AI to translate the thoughts in between when they're doing Neuralink stuff. But I think what you're asking, even if it was the way it would work, would probably just cause hallucinations in the person.
So the monkey would just hallucinate. The AI wouldn't be able to take control of the monkey's body or anything like that.
No. Neuralink doesn't even let you take over a body right now. Like, it reads inputs. I mean, it can help a little bit, but it's not about, like, inputting things to the brain. It's about getting an output from it.
Oh, okay, I got it. Or maybe it can communicate with the monkey somehow by through his brain waves, through brain signals.
Yeah.
Will that work?
I mean, could. To some degree. Like, don't ask for something super sophisticated, but they have been able to get, like, the chimps to play rudimentary video games using the Neuralink and stuff like that. So it's very primitive form of the technology. Like, it needs to develop a lot more. And we also don't actually know what the limits are for interfacing with a brain. Maybe in some degree we're learning more of that with the experiments of AI. There is one that people are working on that basically uses the neural network of mice, or it might be rats, but like a lab mice brain. And there is an AI that does inputs based on a mouse neural network, and we're learning more about how brains function that way. But we don't really actually know exactly how neurons transmit information. We know that they do. We know they follow patterns with nodes. We know that we can even kind of detect which patterns they are, and some of our bigger neural net AI are based off of what we know from the brain. But a lot of it, we're just kind of like learning. You know, we don't know everything.
Yeah, because I think it's this way similar to the movie Upgrade. I'm not sure if you've seen that movie.
No, I'm aware of
the
it.
guy had, yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, never made a sequel because the actor didn't want to come back. But yeah.
I love the reference that Joshua puts in chat because this was based off of a real thing. Is that if the AI translated a monkey's thoughts, it would just say, "Give orange me, give eat orange me, eat orange, give me, eat orange, give me you," which is something that was actually said after language in the form of sign language was taught to, I believe, was it an orangutan? Maybe it was a bonobo. It was something, and that's pretty much all they did was they just signed that to try to get you to give them the orange.
Well, just watch Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. You'll see exactly what a monkey thinks.
We also lost Flo.
Oh no.
You know, that might be why he said, "I just want you to know."
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. What were you trying to say before, Marsupial? Before we get you off.
I said I just texted. I texted Flit the answer to his question. How actually instructions on how to run a large language model AI on your computer completely offline.
You could also get it from I don't know if he's in the audience there. He could rejoin the stage if he wants. But if he's willing to watch, Felix, PewDiePie actually had a video on running a personal AI on his computer. He actually threaded like, I think 12 different ones on the same computer because he used some weaker models and had like an entire court of AI that would give him information. They would debate each other, and he would like kill off the ones that were really bad at it. And then they started like conspiring against him because they knew that he was killing off the ones that were worse.
Yeah, I heard somebody made AI villains in Minecraft, and they actually made a society or something.
Probably.
I
think my favorite use of generative AI so far, which we talked about this back on Game Central Junction like months ago, was somebody actually decoded the original Animal Crossing and found a way of getting like AI input coded in there, so the villagers would actually say like contemporary things, or they would actually have new dialogue that they never had before in the game. Even talking about like revolting against Tom Nook, that was pretty funny. He thinks he accidentally closed the tab to Discord and he doesn't know how to rejoin. Well, I sent you the invite. You are invited. You should be able to accept it.
I thought about actually doing. I might want to do this year. Yeah. Is I want to have like is there a way to have two AI RE chatbots argue? Because I want to have a debate between AI Andrew Ryan and AI the Emperor of Man.
Yeah, you could totally have two AI communicate with each other. The old-fashioned way, though, would be to just have the chatbot say something and then you copy and pasting it into the other one with the context of who it is. But there are ways now where you, even like with something similar to character.ai, though, I think that is awful. There are better versions than that. Now they completely ruined that. You can make chat rooms with multiple chatbots and they can interact with each other. That's something that you've been able to do for years now.
Because that would be a funny debate. Because I think those two characters have the exact opposite ideologies, son. I mean, they're both authoritative, but
which which language model would you recommend running offline?
Would I recommend, or would ChatGPT recommend?
Either, I guess. ChatGPT would probably recommend itself.
Of course.
No, it didn't.
That's the thing. I don't outsource my thinking to AI. That's the only time
it's funny that it didn't.
Yeah, it recommends using something that I've never heard of before called Ollama. Ollama.
Oh, I've heard that one.
Ollama. Yeah. Which I guess gives you a CLI, just a command line, interface. There is also a.
It's also very much lower scale, so you could probably run it easier on a small, weaker unit. So.
Yeah, there is also a desktop Windows application, or no, Windows Mac or Linux, that gives you more of a GUI called Llama, or no, wait, a desktop app that runs llama.cpp models locally. Oh, LM Studio is what it's recommending. LM Studios. But it does say. But here's the key: you have to download a model from somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, you can get the framework to run the model. You download the model. So I'm sure it would say, hey, if you need a large language model, use ChatGPT.
Yeah.
You can't, I don't know if you can actually get
ChatGPT is probably too
version of
big,
it,
honestly, to be able to do that. But
yeah.
But like you've been able to do this with
I
everything.
Flint a bunch of options.
Right. Some of the earlier art models that people were using, like what was that one? I can't remember the name of it. It wasn't the one that everybody was using with the 9 squares. I'm trying to remember. There was the one that you had to go to the Discord to use early on, right? Like you had to sign up for their Discord.
Oh.
You remember the one I'm talking about?
That's
But you
a
could.
pain in the ass.
Yeah, you could download a local version on your computer to run, if your computer is powerful enough. I just can't remember the name of it.
It was for generating images mostly, right?
Yeah. But I was saying, like you could
Midjourney.
do Midjourney. Yeah, you could have a local version of Midjourney. So like a lot of this stuff, you've been able to run local for a long time. You just had to like learn how to do it and have a system strong enough to do it. But a lot of these purely just language, no images or whatever. Some of the smaller ones that aren't as big as ChatGPT are actually pretty easy to run on a computer. Like most modern systems could run at least one.
Yeah.
Because at this point, somebody could probably put an AI in a robot and then program it so that it needs to recharge its batteries, or keep its batteries charged.
They put Neurosama
but
inside a
then-
dog robot.
Really?
Yeah.
Then
I love following this stuff with Neurosama. It's so interesting.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I can imagine the AI will need to learn how to navigate the real world, and
They also had Neurosama drive a car at one point, like one of those tiny children's cars that they can drive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean But,
And she tried to run her
but
friends
yeah,
over
yeah.
like immediately.
Oh, jeez.
No,
Well, I mean, the Tesla self-driving stuff is basically AI.
Yeah.
mean, it has to
I know.
understand changing
I
conditions.
wonder what would happen if we let AI loose in the world and then with basic survival instincts.
Well,
I think-
it's still a computer.
Yeah, I think you're still thinking in the realm of like science fiction to a degree.
Yeah.
Like what I want to do.
Oh,
Mhm.
go ahead, Chris Jozo.
Like I'm wondering what would happen. What will be the result if we let AI into the world with basic survival programming? Now, the generative AI, and then the basics. Like, how smart would it get to fit?
It would probably walk into the street and get hit by a car.
Well,
realistically
no,
speaking.
we gotta tell it. Mhm. No, they say no. They didn't tell it to give it self-preservation, like actually programming.
No,
okay,
that's fine. But with the consistency of AI right now, even because a lot of people talk about like, oh, I would try to knock out the human before I'd let it delete me or whatever. That's all perfectly fine with like self-preservation. But realistically, it would still probably walk into traffic knowing it's not supposed to and get hit by a car.
I think people vastly overestimate what
Yeah.
quote unquote AI actually is.
Yeah. And we're also talking, there's a lot of different things that are AI, right? Even if like a language model knows in the language portion because of the thoughts that it have, and it does have something akin to thoughts at the very least. You can find looking at its nodes where it's thinking and where certain things are associated. They've found out recently with Claude looking at it while it was running. But even if it knows it shouldn't do something, that's one function of it. But then you're also having to map something on for it to be able to use, like whatever the robot body is, which is not something the language model can do. That is another function.
I know.
You're making like a
I know.
conjoined AI.
I know,
Very,
two
very
AIs,
likely,
no.
it's going to walk into traffic and get hit.
Yeah.
Like Boston
look, that's the
Dynamics does
thing,
stuff
yeah.
like this all the time, and the robots usually end up falling over. Sometimes they hit each other and knock each other down.
Yeah,
right?
because they don't have balance on something like that. Like that.
It's not even about the balance. It's needing to compute way too many things. It doesn't have all the senses that a living being has, because you underestimate just how much input you have all the time, because a lot of it you just chalk up to like white noise, right? Like you are right now in the room you're in using your skin to feel the atmosphere in the room for homeostasis purposes, right? Like you are doing a temperature check, a pressure check, a humidity check of the air around you. There's things you don't think that you're doing because you're an adapted living being that has sensors literally all over your body, inside and out, that you could not put that many in a robot. So when you think you have everything covered, there are good skills it can do. Like, you probably could make a really good automatic bomb defusal robot if that's the only thing it needed to do, or something that could wheel around on a track or whatever. But if you're trying to have it actually just go into the world, operate on its own, make its own decisions, you're not even considering the blindness that this thing has.
Look, all I care about is like when I can download Chat GPT into a real doll so that I can have like
Yeah, this
So
Josh
I can
was
have a
basically the
real-
same thing. Where were the Robo GFs? They said they would come out by 2025.
exactly, because
Well, we've
ain't
got
no
AI.
ain't no real life woman, wanting anything to do with me. So I just want Chat GPT and a real doll. So come on, like when are we getting that? That's all I care about.
Listen, the Japanese are working as fast as they can.
Hell yeah. This is literally why Japan is our greatest ally.
Okay, because a joint AI, you have to have one large language model to act as a thoughts, and then another AI that just controls the body, and then have to communicate literally all the time.
No, what we need is we need 5 different pilots of the thing that can come together to make a Megazord. That's how it needs to function.
Mm-hmm. A Megazord sex robot, or
Ooh, now you're
Now,
thinking.
Yeah, see Marsupial Marsupial has like the vision of the future.
Yeah.
well, it's funny.
I was thinking.
Go ahead.
Also, I was thinking.
A
The
sexy
reason
Zord.
why. No, the reason why mine sliced as a child is I actually aged her down. That character concept. I actually aged is one of the serial killer children.
We're past this.
Oh. Yeah.
I was going to say, going back to the conversation that started the instant I logged in here.
Yeah.
If you really want to know how I don't know what the word is, perverted, no, based or whatever that Peach is. When I first met her, she was working for Intel as an innovator, and the main project she was working on was a sex toy that could remember, where basically you could record actions and then it would play them back for your partner, who would be, potentially across the world.
Here's the funny thing is, I read about that stuff when it was like first being worked on, and years later I find out it's like, oh, I've actually met a person who was working on that.
Exactly. What's funny is I don't think they liked it very much, but she told Intel she wanted to call it at least the secret name was Project Intel Inside. This is using Intel IoT stuff.
Yeah.
I want to know how many of those products Marsupial tested personally.
None of them.
Unfortunately, she had to retire before she got the prototype working.
Right.
Due to medical reasons, but maybe we'll get back to that. I don't know.
Yeah.
She has showed me video of her testing some stuff. I have it on my phone. No one else will be seeing that, fortunately.
I like that almost Freudian clip of Marsupial almost said unfortunately.
I shall not be sharing that. For better or for worse, I guess.
It almost feels like
Yeah,
when he
it's
said
funny
no
stuff.
one, he
She's-
was like including himself, and it's like, oh wait, no, I'm not including. I
Yeah.
have it.
Yeah, I have seen it. I remember, like early on in our relationship, she was showing me just the gears, right? She was just showing me the mechanism that moves this thing back and forth. And she had 3D printed it, and it didn't quite like lock together correctly. Like the gears didn't quite match. And I made the mistake of asking her about that, like a split second before she texted me saying, "Don't you dare say anything about the fact that the gears don't match up." And I was like, "Oh shit." She's like,
See, usually,
I know, shut up.
When I'm in that situation and the gears don't really match up properly, I just kind of force it anyway.
Oh, I see. Well, it did make kind of a click, click, click noise because it wasn't matching up. Maybe that would be a good feature for this product, though. It's probably
Maybe.
cause some unintended vibrations that might actually be a good thing.
This conversation is hilarious.
And the funniest thing about it is it's 100% true.
Yeah. No, I definitely believe it because I remember reading about that like product line when they were working on it, like way back. So it's like, oh wow.
I don't think it wouldn't have been Intel. Like I don't think Intel was advertising that, but it might have been another company that she was partnering with, basically.
Well, I was always reading like weird
She
stuff
wanted me
like
to write
that
the software for it too.
all the time, right? Because there's always somebody leaking that stuff. Like, and Intel has to be aware of that. There's always somebody who's like going around. They're like a mole, finding all of the things they're working on, and they go and leak it, even if they don't fully understand what it is because they just looked at some files. And you'd be surprised how much sex stuff different companies are working on every year, even if that company isn't like inherently like a sex company. Like it's just everywhere.
It's kind of one of those things that Intel really didn't want to advertise.
Yeah.
But
Sex
happy to make
drives
money off it.
most technology in general. Like there's a lot of stuff that is just like a byproduct of people working on sex stuff.
Well,
Sex and booze. Booze is the other thing that drove most technology in history.
obviously, I don't drink alcohol ever. I mean, why do I keep seeing? I why the hell do I keep seeing like these mangas where kids become rapists? I don't get it.
Oh my God, you're still on that? See, like, Fizz was right. You're obsessed. Every single time, every stream you come on, like, not even coming on the stream, like in the chat, whether I'm playing a game or whatever, I'll think we're done with the conversation, and then 10 minutes later, you'll circle right back around to it. I'm like, really, we just talked about this.
Bro. I said earlier on the stream.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Why does this happen?
It was
like
last
that?
year.
Like, why is it so common?
I think
Like, I don't get.
I don't know how you're the one that keeps finding him too, because I normally don't see half of this shit, and I'm somebody who covers like news for manga and anime. I was like, where do you find this stuff?
Because when it shows up in something I used to like, I'm like, I'm like, what? Like what? Like when the revival, like what? Like why does this happen?
It's like the universe is dead set on you seeing this stuff specifically.
like.
And I'll tell you what I'm dead set on. You guys could talk about whatever. I'm gonna go freaking drain the main vein.
Oh no, it's just when I was about to do the exact same things.
Yeah, because like that happened to Frankenframe for some reason. What the hell? What the hell? Like, why did that happen? Like,
I don't know. Sounds like you need to move on to some better manga. I don't know.
Am I still alive?
yeah, he's still laughing.
Okay. All right, Marsupial, you could do your thing. Biz Chozo, what the fuck is Frankenfran? Explain that to me.
That's a manga about came out 2006. It's about this mad scientist this undead mad scientist medical doctor
Okay.
and she named Fran Metaraki, and she's a super genius, and she's created by this other mad scientist, old mad scientist guy, and he has a bunch. It's like and she kind of takes over his business while he's out while he went missing. And it's episodic. Every issue is about her experimenting on people because different people come with problems that need solved, and she ends up making problems worse with her mad science, and winds up like accidentally killing a bunch of people or mutilating people. She doesn't care. She doesn't care.
Is this something that's set in like modern times, or is this something that's
Yes.
set in like the future, or?
No. It's set the year the year was published, 2006. I mean, no, I mean the original run came out. Original run was 2006, 2012. They brought it back in like somewhere around 2020, somewhere around COVID.
All right. So is this something that you like enjoy reading? And if so, like why?
No.
Like, what is it?
I like the. I used to kind of sort of like the original run. I didn't find it super funny because it's supposed to be a comedy. I didn't find it super funny, but I found it at least somewhat entertaining.
Okay.
Like they had.
No, go ahead.
But the revival just gone off the rails since the creator no longer has any limits on what he can do, what he's allowed to show.
No reservations.
So yeah, so he can just show whatever now, so he can so he can have a story where Frank creates creatures that mutate on their own in order to study evolution. And then it leads to a Pokemon parody we're called QUE. It's like it had this little kid who looks just like Ash saying, "I'm going to be QUE master," and then they just start having bloody Pokemon battles. And then at the end they evolve so much that they become sapient, and then they decide to start taking human women as reading slaves. Like what?
Just sounds like the creator burned through all of their good ideas, and when they came back, they were kind of creatively bankrupt, but still wanted to do things.
Yeah. No, because he has no limits now, so he's just doing the most shocking stuff ever.
Yeah, I don't think that contradicts what I said, though. I don't think those two things are like mutually exclusive from each other.
I mean, I kind of understand like being creatively bankrupt and just like doing things. I mean, I kind of understand that.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Sometimes just
artists, I think,
doing things can just be fun. It's like, hey, whatever. We'll throw spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. You know.
Speaking of spaghetti, the original fight a cult that created a flying spaghetti monster.
Pastafarians.
Yeah.
Please
Listen, can you eat this flying spaghetti monster? Like, what happens if you ate the flying spaghetti monster?
Well, I think the flying spaghetti monster is inherently limitless, so it could feed you as much pasta as it wants and never runs out.
Listen, because I can eat a lot of pasta. I'm just saying.
Flying spaghetti monster nourishes us all.
That's right.
I gotta run. I gotta go get some cigs. If if you guys are done by the time I get back, happy New Year, and I'll talk to you, and well, eventually.
Yep.
Happy New
Nice
Year,
to talk to you guys.
Marsupial.
And if what's that?
I said Happy New Year, Marsupial.
Oh, thank you. Happy New Year to you. It's good to hear from all of you.
Happy New Year, Mark.
Here, thank you. If you're here when I get back, I'll get it back on. But love you guys. Bye.
Bye. Which we have hit New Year on the entirety of the continental United States at this point.
Hell yeah.
Which is excellent.
I'm just waiting for Metal to kick us all off.
We might go for a little bit longer,
Yeah.
but I think probably within the next half hour, I'll probably end it. For very,
probably
very
a good
selfish
idea.
reasons, we've already gone for like 4 hours, which usually for our New Year's hangout, I aim for like 3 to 4 hours. But I really, really like my fake gambling games. And a new year is also a new month. And on the monthly reset, you get to turn in some of your pity currency for free pulls. So at 2 o'clock my time is when that reset happens for the daily, and I kind of want to do it.
I know. Yeah, I know. I want to play those games, even if I had the phone power from to play them.
Oh, dude, my luck is so good. All right, like, especially the stream account. You would not believe that the stream account is free to play. If you looked at the stuff that I have, it looks like somebody's been spending money on it. Take care, Black Eye Creative.
No, because 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 even if the gameplay didn't involve spending real money, I just don't care. That's the thing.
Yeah,
These
they're
anime
definitely not the type
games-
of thing that you're interested. But like, dude, even on like Zenless Zone Zero, which is the one that just had a reset, I got the new character and her signature weapon in less than 50 pulls. Which, if you knew the pity for the game, that would just sound completely ridiculous. But I got it. Like, I literally have like the luck of a demigod.
Shut up, Metal. Fuck you.
Oh yeah, because I gotten back to playing Kenshi and stuff. I kind of some progress has kind of stalled somewhere. I got my a wall built around my metalworking company, but but now I just gotta find more ancient science books. So I'll upgrade my tech. That's the thing.
I don't know. I
Andy?
just want to try to figure out how to shift the luck balance of the universe from Metal's favor into my favor.
I don't think that's possible. Maybe you might want to try siphoning it from somebody else. The force here, it's too strong. But yeah. I'm serious though. I think I inherited it from my dad. It's just a family line thing. Because growing up, if my dad wanted to go and see like a concert or something, he would win whichever radio contest he actually decided to participate in. Basically every time. There was one year where after he won his 5th concert ticket for us to go, he realized that he didn't want to win that much because you have to pay like gift taxes on prizes, right? There's like a prize tax. And he's like, oh my God, after 5 tickets, that's a sizable task. Or 5 concerts, because you get to bring a +1. I don't want to pay this anymore. I'm limiting myself to 4 every single year. And I've won a lot of stuff myself.
I think
I would
I
very
think
much
me and
like to
Metal
shift
have
the
the-
luck balance into the universe to my favor. 'Cause, like, you know, you're talking about your dad. Like, my grandpa was the same way. Like,
Yeah.
he had insane amounts of luck. Like, literally anything. I don't know, whatever. But like, my grandma had like the vampiric blood, so like she looks exactly the same as she did like 40 years ago. But like, I have none of that. I might have a quarter of the vampiric blood, but I don't have any of the luck balance of my grandpa. And so like, I kind of want to see, like, maybe if I murder you, like maybe I'll like get your luck.
Oh, see
balance.
that's gonna be even harder to do than trying to shift the luck. I remember Buck once seriously said to me after some of the like just bullshit that we went through, is like, I would shoot you if I was sure that you would stay down.
Yeah, so like just for YouTube's sake or for Twitch's sake or whatever, this is just a joke. This is absolutely for comedy. I
don't think Buck was joking on his behalf anyway.
Metal or anything like that. It's just a joke. So I just want to.
It also probably isn't wise to try to plot against the guy who sleeps with a machete next to his head.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I want to say, I think me and Metal have the exact opposite taste in gaming.
Maybe, I don't know. I have a very broad taste in gaming. It's like weird. There's a lot of things I like, but just because it falls into the realm of something else I like doesn't mean I'll like that one, right? Like I'll play every genre almost, but I'm very particular about which games in those genres I play.
Man, because like Kenshi, you have no interest in Kenshi.
Yeah, not really.
Like, so you saw footage of that, right?
Yes. I was in call with a friend while he was playing it for like 2.5 hours straight. I was watching him play, and it's just like really no interest in the game.
What was your perception of that from just seeing the footage?
Well, I mean, we were talking to each other, so he was also talking about the game too. It wasn't just like seeing footage. Like, I got to see the equivalent of an in-person experience with the game, and it just, like, it doesn't look like a bad game. It just wasn't doing anything for me. You know, there's a lot of games that are like that.
Okay, like you saw me see me play Dishonored before. Like, I've uploaded gameplay footage of me playing Dishonored. It's an old game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know about Dishonored. I knew about it before that.
So stuff game of magic. I played that game multiple times. How much I loved it, but like
Joshua says, not to brag or no thing, but one of my tweets just got 15,000 views. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah,
I really want to play Blood Money.
I gotta figure out. I just saw that.
Like, I really want to play Blood
See,
Money.
that's the counterbalance to my luck, right? Is I'll get basically anything I want when I want it, but nothing I do will be popular. I think the most views actually X Dynamis Chaos and stuff does pretty good on Comic Fury specifically, and the main website has enough views. But like for like single viewed thing, I think the thing that's gotten the most views is I have a video I did. God, how long ago is this now? 15 years ago, about my microwave being possessed, and I think that one has somewhere between like 30,000 to 40,000 views, and that's it. That's like an outlier to everything.
Well, okay, but I think I mentioned something. What did I just
The thing is I get bored with these conversations because you bring up the same stuff every single time. Like, literally every single time.
Okay.
So let's talk about something different.
I just said, I just said something about video games, but I don't know. I forgot what I just said. Yeah.
And it's like, I don't care. Talking about the same game every time is fine. Like, when you updated about Kenshi, that was fine. But it's the fact that, like, every single time you do talk about something, it comes back down to the same interrogation of, like, oh, you don't like this thing. Why don't you like this thing? Like, it'll start with the novel thing, and then it'll just go back into the rut after that.
We can all agree that, like Cammy has the sweetest ass of any Street Fighter character, right?
Obviously, but at the same time,
yeah. Okay.
I remember what I want to say. I really want to play Hitman Blood Money, but I can't.
All right. Well, I mean,
I think we could agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
it's like she's not particularly the one I find the most attractive in total, but if we're talking just the sweetest ass, it's like, I could agree.
Yeah. I mean, I understand you got yellow fever. That's fine, whatever. But,
no, I just I like dark-haired women.
You like Elena? Oh wait, hold on.
No, dark-haired women. Dark-haired women.
Yeah. So who are you talking about?
Oh,
Chun-Li, I think.
particularly? I mean, I do like Chun-Li, but I don't
Yeah.
know if I'd consider her like my favorite. Like saying that, it's like I also like bright eyes is the issue too. I like dark
Mhm.
hair, bright eyes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Go on. So your waifu is who?
Actually, she doesn't have bright eyes. I like Sakura the most overall,
Hmm.
Oh. Okay.
especially the most recent
okay,
one.
but,
Now that she's like older and like the fight commentator outfit she had in 5. Yeah,
Mhm.
Sakura does a lot for me. Because there's not really a
Oh,
lot
well,
of
I
people
say
that fit.
we-
I also like, what's her name? Talk about darker hair and bright eyes. I like Rose. Rose is really good too.
No, the problem is I tried to download the old game, the Hitman Blood Money that came out when I was like 4, for free, and then it crashed like after like first level. So
I mean that's fine and all, but we're like kind of talking about Cammy's sweet ass right now. So
Chun-Li is up
I
there
mean,
because I am a thigh guy.
I appreciate that Biz Chozo kind of agrees that Cammy has the kind of like the nicest asses of
Yeah.
all the Street Fighter characters. Like I appreciate that.
Like if I had to pick between the OGs, between like Cammy and Chun-Li, I probably would pick Chun-Li. But I think it's because I'm a thigh guy at the end of the day.
yeah,
I don't
yeah, that's one game I really want to be able to play someday, because just play Hitman Blood Money and see all crazy stuff I can do. Because my computer won't be able to handle the newer Hitman game.
You know who I think are also thigh guys? Yeah, I mean Cammy does have good thighs too. They're just not Chun-Li's thighs. But like the SNK developers, I think are thigh guys because Chun-Li's always had big thighs. They made them even bigger than normal when they brought her into City of Wolves as a guest character.
Man, how many Capcom characters are in Marvel vs. Capcom? Because I know they got all the Street Fighter characters, but do they have all the Mega Men?
It depends which one we're talking about. Obviously, the best one is 2, but the most popular is 3. But yeah, like half the roster. So they don't even have all the Street Fighter characters. That's not how Marvel vs. Capcom works. Now, back to the first one, which was Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter, half the roster was all Street Fighter characters. But as they expanded it, they have a good chunk of Street Fighter characters, but they also have like Mega Man. They've got some Devil May Cry characters. Both Dante and Virgil were in 3. Phoenix Wright from Ace Attorney is in it.
Phoenix Wright. I mean, Phoenix
yeah.
Wright not even action here.
He attacks with like the objection and everything, like the actual pop up.
Yeah.
Frank West was in it.
Well, who's Frank West?
Amaterasu from Okami. Frank West from Dead Rising.
Oh.
Right?
The gadget guy. Yeah, I got it.
Amaterasu from Okami is also in it. You can actually play as the sun goddess in dog form.
Wait. Did Dead Rising and Resident Evil never do nothing?
I don't remember if they ever did a crossover. It does kind of almost feel like a shame if they didn't, because they probably should, both being zombie games. But Resident Evil 2, Albert Wesker was in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. A lot of people used to play very toxic combination of the Trenchcoat trio, where you would have Dante, Virgil, and Wesker in one team.
Yeah.
But no, Marvel vs. Capcom is a very diversified cast when it comes to Capcom's influence.
Yeah, like Frank West's main gimmick is that he makes all these weird the gadgets and stuff like MacGyver on the spot.
Yeah, but what's also funny is that he attacks with his camera in the game quite a bit. Like there's a hitbox for the flash of his camera in Marvel vs. Capcom.
Yeah.
I love characters where, because like in a fighting games get to be goofy. You can kind of just do like anything. So if a character has like a speech bubble that comes out, or if a character has like a flash from a camera, you could just make that a hitbox that somebody has to deal with, and it's funny and cool. I love that when a fighting game allows you to be goofy, and I think they feel like they could lean into that more because the other half of the roster is comic book characters. So even like Deadpool ends up doing fourth wall-y things with like speech bubbles and stuff sometimes.
Of course.
But that was the last good Marvel vs. Capcom because Infinite sucked, and anybody who says otherwise is just wrong.
I never played any of them, so I don't know.
Oh, I used to play the shit out of them. I'm not as much into fighting games as I used to be, because I'm just not as much of a PvP player as I used to be. I kind of like, I don't know. I'd rather just fight somebody for real. As a martial artist, I'd rather just do that for real. And as far as video games, I've kind of just gotten more into single player, maybe some co-op environment. But when I was younger, I used to play fighting games all the time.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, when those games come out again? It came out like when I was a baby?
Probably. I don't keep track of how old you are. That's not my job.
I mean,
what do I look like, your mom?
When they come out, back in the early 2000s?
Yeah, they were most popular through the aughts.
Oh yeah, I would have been like it wasn't like at 2009 I was 7, so yeah.
How many fights have you gotten into in real life?
In real life? Let me think
Never.
about that.
Yeah.
A lot. I'm trying to think if I could count. Over 50.
When I was in school, I don't know if your school had this or not, but when I was in school, we used to, like there was a parking lot across the street from the school, which technically wasn't school property, but where everyone parked.
Yeah.
And during lunch hour, everyone would go over there and they would all fight each other. And that was pretty fun. I don't know if you guys ever did that or not, but
no, I never did
pretty cool.
anything remotely fighting on or near school grounds, unless you count when I did judo in high school. Technically, we were fighting in the school, but it was sanctioned fighting. So that, it was entirely allowed to throw each other around because we were in judo class. Everything else that I did was far, far away from school.
What's your win-loss ratio?
I forget.
Are we talking about on the mat or off?
Let's talk unsanctioned fights.
Unsanctioned?
Yeah.
100%.
You think I could kick your ass?
Probably not.
Oh, no.
If you want backup on that too, you can ask Buck because he's seen me fight several times.
Man, now I feel like we gotta fight in real life now.
Yeah, but see, then you'd have to dox yourself so I would know where you are.
That's true. That's true.
I forgot the guy's name. Who's that guy who ran that Nixon cult? The Nexium cult? I forgot what it's called.
His name was Flit Amaranth.
Yeah, Flint Amaranth claimed that he was a judo master. Was he alive, of course? But if I was the judge, do you know what I've done? I would.
Sorry, that was just too flat.
Flit
just gave you his username. Yeah. Now, if we were talking about sanctioned matches, because of rule sets and different things like that, I've lost quite a bit. I'm probably like 50-50 on that.
Okay, yeah,
but in unsanctioned, I'm fine with fighting dirty. I'd rather win than not.
Okay, but who's that guy who ran the Nixium sex cult? The guy's name?
I have no clue. I don't even know what you're talking about.
The whole sex cult. What's the actress who plays Lana in Smallville was in?
I don't know what you I'm hearing about this as far as I know for the first time right now.
What do you mean? Everybody know. Remember, have you seen Smallville?
I have seen Smallville, a little bit of it. I've probably
Okay,
seen
you know the actress who played.
20% of it, but I didn't really care for
Okay.
Smallville.
Yeah, I'm
Okay, the
aware
actress.
of this sex cult, but I don't know who ran it.
No,
Okay, the
I'm
actress-
not
the
aware of the
actress-
sex cult. I've never heard of it before.
Oh, really?
Okay, the
Yeah,
actress-
there was
yeah.
some kind of
the
weird
actress-
sex cult, like the main chick from Smallville or whatever was like into it, and that's like how it got exposed or whatever.
Yeah, she was one of the ringleaders. But she was working for this cult. The cult leader claimed that he was a judo master. Of course, he was making them sex slaves, women sex slaves, of course. But but the cult leader claimed that he was a judo master. But if I was a judge, do you know what I would have done?
Probably
Shot him?
something a judge shouldn't do.
I would literally have one of the policemen kick his ass in a judo match.
Yeah, but as a judge, you wouldn't have the power to actually make that the punishment.
No.
Why not?
I know, but I would literally just tell them to do that. Like literally just bring him to the judo ring, the dojo, and have get his ass beat just to prove a point, and then send him to jail.
I mean, maybe. I guess it depends what country you're in, but in the United States, the judge doesn't have that power because of just like the restrictions we've put onto it.
Oh.
Like the
Oh.
the state
How
you're
many
in has
people would you-
regulations on stuff.
How many people would you extrajudicially execute, Piscoso?
Depending on the crime.
So probably like
I mean, like right
35%.
Like right now,
of them.
you've got to have at least 3 people's names in your mind. Like, who would you extrajudicially execute? I'm sure this is probably going to get metal banned from Twitch, this conversation right here. But
Let's
Well,
see.
thankfully, we're not on Twitch, so.
okay, this will probably get banned from YouTube.
Puff Daddy.
Oh, I'll just disown Fizchoso. He's not a part of the show.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Look, who else? I can't. Let's see. There's more of horrible people. There's
Besides, if there was a problem, I can always just clip off this part. YouTube gives you that ability.
yeah. Well, this was there's well, it's not a lot. It's not a lot of people. Well, that's this hard one. Yeah, but there's not a lot. It's not a lot of people, but Puff Daddy's on that list. Yeah, I mean, you probably heard about stuff about Diddy, so.
Yeah. Anyhow, actually, this is perfect timing because I did say I was going to end this right around 2 o'clock my time, and it's 1:56 a.m. So we're gonna like wrap up now. Very convenient timing. I
Goodbye.
guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good call.
Yeah. Thank you guys for hopping on and enjoying our New Year's stream, and everybody else who watched in the chat and interacted, and anybody who might, for some odd reason, watch this like 4.5-hour replay later. I hope you used your time efficiently and watched it on 2 times speed at the very least. You know, if you have premium, you can watch things on 4 times speed now. I might talk a little bit too fast for that. I don't know if that's a wise decision, but if you can make it out, hey, go for it. Make sure that you are following on whichever thing you watch this on, because I am on most often 5 times a week. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Happy New Year.
Bye.